Hello and welcome to my birthday stream. Yes, it's my birthday today. And to celebrate, we will be watching. Oops, sorry about that. So, to celebrate, we're going to watch one of my favorite video films, The Blues Brothers. Back when, heck, movies were made just for fun. No political bullshit, no obic or ist in there. Just some fun. So, I hope you can all enjoy. And right now, if you want to join the panel, the link is in the chat. And as well, the screening room is pinned to the comments. So you can hop in at any time. But let's start this 1980 classic movie, The Blues Brothers, starring Dan Aykroyd and the late, great John Belushi. We started in some industrial area with steel mills and everything. Hello, Dee Dee Myers. Glad to see you here. Yeah. It doesn't make it feel like Chicago being in a huge industrial area. When you see this, you kind of think Pittsburgh, not Chicago. But I could be wrong because they do a lot of this stuff around the Great Lake area. Got some dogs here barking. And we go to the prison where one of the Blues Brothers is being held. Jake and Elroy. And for everyone watching on Facebook, you can easily. I did post the panel room on my Facebook page, so you can always jump in. And if you want to comment on the video, or you can hop in on YouTube and talk to me there. Also, if you guys are watching the replay of this, you can easily find the Blues Brothers on Netflix as well. Don't forget to hit comment the hashtag rewatch. We are currently at the 2 minutes and 22-second mark if anyone's watching on their own copy. So hope you can enjoy. Like I say, one of my favorite movies. Back when they actually made movies to entertain people. Don't hesitate to jump into the screening room that's in the pinned comment. Repeat, the screening room is the pinned comment in the chat. Figure out, how to move forward. Oh, now we're getting marched down the prison. Love the shot as it reveals and pulls back and shows how large this prison complex is. Yep. Frank Oz. Good behavior. Wow. I can't believe you got good behavior. He doesn't stand behind the line. Stand behind the line. Gotta get the security to pull him back. Wow. If anyone's watching this on Facebook, let me know. Post a comment. Say hello. Really? They kept a soiled condom? That's just wrong. Is it me or does it feel like they cut that scene down? Doesn't he have other clothes besides the suit? Well, you got to have that extra 7 cents in there. Signs with an X. Classic. Now we get some of the best theme songs going. It's like no John Wilson, but still a very good theme song. Classic. Instant recognizability.
Call Conway and join the way. With the Conway Power Bundle, you get a home phone line, unlimited high-speed internet, and TV with all your favorite channels, all for only $89.95 a month. Call now and get 6 months absolutely free. Be like
John Belushi. Dan Aykroyd. The Blues Brothers. Great soundtrack to the movie, definitely. One of the top soundtracks going, in my opinion, at least. Let me know what your guys' favorite soundtracks are. One of the few SNL skits that became more popular than the show. And yes, Ambassador Wing, it is a good choice. It's like one of my favorites.
I am feeling a little anxious. When I first started this thing, my vision was to build essentially a product.
The caddy, man, the caddy.
My concern is I'm going to run out of help without a study. So we might be going for a little bit more Mad Max. I've got to establish.
She traded it. So people, if you want, you can come join the panel.
If there's one thing that's highest on my mind, it's vacuum.
No way.
100% sure we're going to do, but I know that is after the brushing.
Now we get some bickering between the two. Love it. The brotherly love. Gotta love it.
Not a very powerful vacuum. I'm definitely coming up short of the vacuum system, and I'm gonna have to find another way to get around this. I also know that I want to create a cyclone. I wanted to do an onboard self-contained vacuum, and the idea was that I was going to use a blower, and the blower was going to pull as much as it pushed.
Well, Jake doesn't like the new Bluesmobile. So Elroy jumps the freaking bridge. And hello, Vile Mike. How's it going, man? You're welcome to join the panel if you want. Join. You're welcome to join me. It's a cop car. Of course, it's going to have cop parts. Fix the lighter. Typical Belushi. Okay, Val. Hope you had a decent day at work. Almost, it feels like this has become my work recently. Understandable, man. They're going to see the Penguin. You know, if this movie was made nowadays, people would say so many negative things about it instead of looking at it as a classic, which it is. We gotta visit the Penguin. Imagine trying to get in a modern movie calling another the Penguin now.
It's not about 2 by 4s, it's all about rubber band. Everybody gets through, get it out,
Great shot here. Great framing. You see him coming into the frame. The main focus is that crucifix.
If you want to find the center of something, instead you can grab a rubber band, crisscross it, or figure 8 it, and where they cross will be the exact center of 2 points for you.
I don't know about that.
Tim, I would question me.
Up, they're going.
If you want to question me.
Okay, so maybe, okay, so that is fun. I like that a lot. Thanks, Carol. Thank you. That was really great.
Hey, years old. How you doing?
I'm good. How's your day going?
People on Facebook, you know you're allowed up here. It's just not a YouTube exclusive. Oh, they trying to keep their distance, but she wants to see him. She wants to look into their faces. $5,000 for the. The church wants to give up an orphanage. Wow. Is it run by Kuroga? Swearing in front of a nun. She's beating them senseless with the ruler. Again, we wouldn't get away with that nowadays. Oh, the violence. Jake can't get out of can't get it out of the desk. He's always good for physical comedy. A man gone too soon because of his personal demons.
One of the movies or something. Why? Quite busy.
No kidding. For anyone watching, could you Hit the share button. Spread this out.
They're off. They're off. Come on, left.
Yeah.
We bet. Can't well.
Love this guy.
Okay.
Buy your boys a drink, which means I got some booze. You want some? You know, if they did this nowadays, they'd make it all about the struggle of poverty, struggling families and stuff. Yeah. This is definitely a musical for men, not the crappy musicals we get now, like High School Musical and all that shit. Tilted cross on. They're at church. Oh yeah.
What time does bartender leave? 2:30 on the nose.
Testify. And it's none other than the godfather of soul himself, James Brown. Oh. If you're all watching it on your own, we're at 1658, people. 1658. Yeah. He's about to testify.
Tell me that the worst thing a gambler could do.
Everyone's right. They're feeling the power.
It's still coming from a loan shark, like. It's better to cheat than
Yeah.
never cheat. Never.
Gotta love the song.
Gamblers who cheat the more-
Like I say, great soundtrack.
You're mentally ill.
Top to bottom, man.
I'm gambling.
Put this soundtrack against almost anything. Just bopping into the song. Got the women coming up. They're feeling it.
You guys fucking fun? He does sound like that's fun. That's damn fun. What's wrong with you anyway, huh? Somebody a little testy today, Henry? Something with you fucking
It feels organic, this dance sequence, unlike the dance sequence you see now in musicals.
little testy.
It's something you would actually see, possibly. Jake is feeling it.
What the hell's going on here, guys? Did he get to you? Trying to talk to the goddamn phone. Pick this shit up.
And here comes the sun. It shines light onto Jake. He sees the light. This is what you miss with John Belushi now. This scene right here. And here he comes. And he's busting a move.
Why would I steer your father's mind? You're a sadistic fuck, that's why. This is not good. This is good. Fuck.
Couple backflips. And now he tells Elwood about the plan.
Where? Fucking Phoenix, there is nowhere. Jack, you're not
Oh, heaven forbid you say that phrase nowadays. Come on, testify. Dancing with all the people. Because they now have a solution to save the orphanage, and it won't be ill-gotten ways. So the penguin will accept the money.
So you can't collect on bankrupt.
And you see James Brown bust the move himself.
You gotta take it in the lease.
Tonight's not a good night, but yeah.
So what you kind of see?
Oh, wow. Good flip. Another flip. And a third flip.
I wouldn't know what good luck looked like.
They feel the power. They see the light.
What do you want it for?
Great little fun sequence.
Actually, why not somebody else?
In a modern movie now, they would be like, oh, I have an idea. Let's put the band back together and make it all boring and stuff. Like it, they made a simple plot point into a lot of fun.
Get yourself out of whatever shit you got yourself into. Stop gambling with me.
Yep. And now Elwood crushes that dream.
How about I come over tomorrow for breakfast?
I'd like that. Harry.
Exactly. So Elwood gave him a bit of a fib.
Come on, baby. Fire up. Come on.
Nelson's funeral home. And here come the coppers. Because he ran a red. This all started because they ran the rest of the movie with the cops chasing them. All started with them running a red.
What we're working on right now is a pulley system. This is how we operate the brushes. Wow. Once this part is behind me, the rest of the day is cake.
Testify.
I've never done anything like this. Come on. So what I'm talking about. Like I am so fired up because this thing is starting to come together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good about it. Design, aesthetically.
It's a matter of opinion. Not really. Sometimes when you traffic stops are so
Almost exactly like a plan. This one goes on
smods.
Maybe people will be attracted to the light.
And now look at how ugly this thing is.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
He has a couple warrants out, and man,
It's done. Oh, wow. This is amazing. This is great.
All right.
nope, he's not doing that.
Street sweeper, boy, did they.
He guns it.
W had a blast screen, the Star Wars inspired street sweeper. He connected his brushes to the two pokers. He then added
And we get an iconic police chase right here.
and finish it off by incorporating his lights from round one into the rocket boosters. The thing is ready to take off. Not sure I'd be the pilot, but nice. Mike G took a more traditional approach.
Yes, they're on a mission from God.
Two spin brushes in front that push the debris to the center, where a rotary brush flings the debris up onto the conveyor belt. He took the
Oh,
electronic
here they go.
provided and added front steering suspension with a steering wheel. Cool. And he finished it off by adding the roll bar
Yep.
with lights from his round one build.
So these
Got to call for that backup.
swing.
That's for sure. And it's interesting that they actually used an abandoned mall for this. Probably the most business this mall has gotten.
Here we go.
The only reason why this was even brought up. But they used, yeah. If I can find the documentary about this mall, I'll put it in the comments so if you can watch it after the fact. Mhm. Yeah. Stop being negative. Give some positive. Give some constructive criticism. Oh, I can say a lot about that. Up, and they go into the mall. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. They go through a Toys R Us. I love it how they are just picking out the different shops and everything. I could really use a haircut right now. Crashes it into a Davidson. Music shop. Drum roll. And they're still pursuing. The mall's turning into a disaster. Well, that's what a mall should have a little bit of everything. Into an office, Oldsmobile office.
Does anybody here have a passport for a trip? Don't get tested, Mike. You're the one who shouted
Yeah.
before I got
Who
on.
drives an Oldsmobile nowadays?
Oh, stop.
And the cops are just spinning their tires in the center of the mall, doing donuts, it looks like.
No, it's bolted down. But I once knew a guy opened a safe with
Now we get back into a chase. Huh. Pier 1. That just went belly up. Guess the cops didn't like Pier 1. Drove right through it. And the cop cars flipped over. Man, this is such a time capsule looking at the mall that they set up. Almost all these businesses are out of business now or no longer worth anything. Because you got a JCPenney, gone. Record store, gone. Oldsmobile. Who's heard of Oldsmobile lately?
Is to determine which sweeper not only pushes the debris away, but actually sucks it up, gets rid of it from the driveway.
The cop's upside down in the car, and all he cares about is his watch was broken.
Remember, robbing is racing.
Here's the good classic music. Dun, 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 dun. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Great shot of downtown. I wonder where they actually filmed, if it was in the Cook County, Illinois, or somewhere else. Elwood is just living by the trains. And for anyone that's joined the stream, you are more than welcome to click on the pinned link that will take you into the screening room where you can watch the movie. Or if you got your own copy, we are currently at the 30-minute mark or so.
Overall design, fine. Next, ingenuity.
30:56. We're at 30:56. The late Carrie Fisher. She plays a great crazed woman in this. Doesn't care who gets in the way. All she wants to do is kill them. Specifically Jake.
This is kind of cool. He created a jet engine. Listen, ingenuity, I'm going to go here.
I think she's done a little overkill. She brings out a freaking rocket launcher bazooka.
I think we know the winner. I think we do. I think we know who it is.
I find that highly suspicious that they dock right when the thing's fired.
April, come on over. Join us. Who we got?
It's like just too coincidental, but if they didn't, we wouldn't have a movie. They just shake it off like nothing's happened.
It sucks having to make this decision.
And if you guys are new here, hit that like button, and if you want, subscribe to the channel, please. Got lots of this. Got lots of great pop culture and nerdy content on here. Great little scene here. It's like a know-nothing scene, but it just shows their life.
You heard some serious bragging rights, and on top of that, you've got $5,000 coming your way.
Courtesy of I Fix It, and you both are going to be sent the ultimate fixer kit.
That is incredible. Thank you
The
so
cops
much.
were there.
Michael, it was a real pleasure watching you work all week. You did some really incredible, fun things. It looked great, but the functionality just wasn't as robust. It was just a matter of how much the rig picked up compared to
Gotta give him that cheese whiz.
just under.
This has been that's a good pop culture reference in there. That's been done before.
As soon as they mentioned that he had a conveyor belt of his, I knew it was him.
Huh.
Anyway, congratulations.
Yeah, that's still a place that size here in my area probably still costs you like $900 a month.
Thanks, guys. See ya. Take care. I'm in shock. I can't believe that I just won. On this street super build,
Puts on a nice classic record.
It took 3 of the 5 days to complete and was the biggest challenge of the
Oh,
entire film.
hmm.
That's a right.
Jake is about to do some drinking.
This is pretty cool. Tonight, on the curse of
Yeah.
Jets, plenty more action coming your way tonight on Hockey Night.
Wrigley Field. He puts Wrigley Field as his address. Get some toast going.
Possible Whopper with a plant-based patty. That's really
Well, you barely can fit anyone else in there.
They're down to 5 now. Fairly innocuous play, but Noah Hannafin goes down.
Guess Jake was more tired than they expected.
I wonder if he's dealing with some sort of nagging injury. So you look at tonight's game, he only played a minute 28. He goes in with Corey Perry. He falls down. It doesn't look like much, really.
Yeah, train's going by. He's cooking his plain white toast.
Also, in the second period, when he went to make a hit, when Anderson fell into the boards hard. Now, he didn't leave that game, but Rick Bowler and I were calling it. We were quite surprised.
Trains keep going by. Like, dear God, they're right up to the tracks. Like, there's almost like no space.
After coming back, I think it was only about 15 seconds, and he didn't quite look himself. So, speculating a little bit, but I think that is a concern for me for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Record skipping at the end.
6 points separating the Flames and the Habs, and just a goal separating the Leafs and the Jets.
Huh.
Plenty more action.
Elwood's there just sleeping in the chair. Must not be that comfortable.
The NHL Gaming World Championship is back. Assemble your best EA Sports NHL 21 Hockey Ultimate Team and sign up today at NHL.com.
Here comes Crazy Carrie.
That's really good.
This tastes like a regular Whopper.
Everything I would want a burger to be, just with a plant-based patty.
I stopped eating
Oh, the police are going there.
reuniting with little friends.
It's interesting.
Whopper on Uber Eats and get $5 off on orders $20 or more. Our country.
They're not that stupid.
We're giving you heroes. Get in. That's not happening.
John Candy, another comic that left us too early. It's just shocking that people still don't underestimate how good of this movie was, how classic it was, how many big names were in this.
So is that the movie?
Boom! Wow. She must really be pissed off at them if she's willing to blow up the entire building just to get back at one of them. Just to get back at Jake. She's willing to kill hundreds of people just to get back at one person. And they survive. With just a little bit of dust on their clothes.
Sweaters are never good.
Well, this one is not terrible. It says we got a bunch more.
My building, my home.
This we save roughly 20% a year.
Huh.
Huh.
Hey, the group chat says you should make me a snack. So,
And he's going to work.
something that
Building blows up. Oh, gotta get to work. That's how bosses think nowadays. Oh, I don't care what happens. You gotta go to work.
this group day and every day. Let's put old habits on.
Yeah.
Never throw batteries in the trash.
And now the quest has begun to put the band back together.
Introducing Drex on Jack. Express yourself with our new morning show. Hi, sir. Can I help you? Oh, hi. I'm Drex. That's my name.
Mm-hmm.
Jack 96 Live, and this is my new
So this was his hope to get the band back together. This one.
That's exactly what Drex on Jack is all about. Drex Specs, the unexpected. Or Drex Specs, the unexpected. Precisely. Drex on Jack. Mornings 5 to 9. Tune in to see who will join me for serious sports talk. It could be anyone.
Like most people. You the police? No, ma'am. We're musicians. Love that line. Mr. Man. He left. Murphy and them. Oh boy. Boy, boy, boy. Murphy and the Magic Tones. This is the majority of their band. Huh. Playing to an empty room. Oh, there's people there, but no one really cares. Quando. They got professional musicians to play in this movie. They just didn't hire no random people. They actually got people that knew how to play. Don't you go changing. Oh. Hey, man.
What's going on?
It's going.
Oh, what are you guys watching?
Watching the Blues Brothers 1980s classic.
Cool. Well, I just thought I'd stop by and say happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, man.
I didn't know it was. But we can talk some more about it tomorrow. I've got a bunch of stuff I'm running to do today, and I gotta get dinner and stuff. But
That's all good, man.
I saw your invite, and
yeah,
even if I can just stop by for a second and say hi,
that means a lot, man.
But how old are you? 20?
33.
That's not bad.
Wish I was 20.
Yeah, no, you don't. That's before 21. It gets fun after 21.
I'm Canadian. Legal age is 19 up here.
Oh, fuck you too. Anyways, happy birthday, man. I'm going to talk to you later. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah,
you're
definitely.
You're on that, right? Okay,
yep.
Cool. Take it easy, man.
Yep, take care. Thanks, Chris, for dropping by. And I will be on Hanstar's channel tomorrow for Jackpot's party. Definitely check that out. You're on a mission from God. Yep, that's how you gotta do it. And now they go meet Mr. Fabulous. He did. Oh, they're here. He knows they're here. Oh, seeing them really shakes him up. He says he can't. They can't come. Oh boy. They're there too. He's not happy about this at all. They're going to go sit, and he's freaking. He's trying to do his job. Yep. They get themselves all prim and proper with the napkins tucked in. Oh, that will definitely get some attention at a fine dining restaurant. $120. Jeez. Yeah, that's typical now for soup being $10. They're trying to convince him, putting the band back together. Oh, love it how All the servers are serving that one table. They stink. Oh man, he's getting boned on this one for sure. Yep. There's the champagne pop. He doesn't care. That's the wrong glass. Just give him the drink. And they're making a scene that they were trying to do. It's funny that Jake eats the shrimp tails. And he then goes. The people behind him are really annoyed and really uncomfortable. It's like tossing a treat to your dog. It's how Elwood's tossing the stuff to Jake. Now, oh, he just stepped it up a notch, asking how much the women are. Oh boy. And there goes some business. No, he's starting to call the cops. Hey, Eastland. Thank you, man. Thank you. And they're so choking. Up. This is when the blackmail comes out. Oh, just stuffs his face full of bread. And they go. He agreed to it. They drank the whole bottle of Dom Perignon. He's like, I'm done with this. He stopped caring. We're getting a glimpse of what's happening in today's world with this scene. Illinois Hitler lovers, I'll call them. This is an interesting scene. This is complete craziness. The white people's party. Oh boy. Like I said, if this was made nowadays, this whole plot point would have been removed. Really backs up the traffic. I'm surprised the police officers don't recognize Jake and Elwood. Wouldn't they have been all informed to keep an eye out for these two guys? All police. And they're going to say, and Jake and Elwood are going to be like, screw it. We're going to go right through them. Didn't one of the U.S. states pass a law that they can legally do this now. Can we get some good old blues playing right now? Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Get some shots of the food and what's happening in the atmosphere. Perfect establishing shots used. What most film people forgot to do nowadays. Like, show the scenery around people. Let's get a feel of where they're at. Like, many people would say this scene's unnecessary, and might be, but it just adds a little bit of the atmosphere, a little bit of flair to the movie. Got some Aretha Franklin. Oh boy. Dry bread, dry toast. He wants 4 full whole fried chickens. Two honkies. Again, language that you wouldn't be able to get away with in today's.
Almost kind of like playoff time, isn't it? Start to chirp a little bit extra after the whistle. Now here a little open ice with some 4-on-4 time. And
So if you guys are following along, we are at 52-14, people. 52-14. We're about a third of the way done up the movie. Putting the band back together. Ooh. Oh. The Blues Brothers. We're on a mission from God. That would be an interesting drinking game. How many times they say mission from God in the movie? Oh. Oh. Again, stuff you wouldn't see in a modern movie right now. Another great song. Told you. I'll keep saying it. Soundtrack, one of the best. Come on, you guys got like Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, James Brown. Yeah, you got some sax going. You don't get good sax like that anymore. Busting a move here. Oh, she's really giving him the. And of course, the Blues Brothers have to join in. Even they enjoy good music when they hear it. It's music that will make you want to get up and dance. And with musicians that actually have talent, not like what we get nowadays. Auto tune this and synthesizer that. Yeah. I need you. Just gotta tap your toe to the song. Just do a little dance. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she's telling him to think about it. But he did. He's still going with him. And he's like, yeah, you can take this apron and bye-bye. I'm still going to rock out with my buds. He pissed. It's like, this is where the old adage comes in. Yeah. And he goes with them. Now what's she going to do? She got no cooks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Shit. You got no cooks. Curl up and die. That's a great name for a beauty salon. And here's Crazy Carrie. And then 79 frame floor. She's doing her nails and looking at the manual of how to operate a flamethrower. We got Ray Charles now. And of course, Jake and Elwood try to swindle out how cheap can they get the equipment for. Just getting another drink. Yeah, it is my birthday after all. Despite being blind, he still knows someone's trying to steal a guitar. He might be blind, but he ain't deaf.
51 seconds into the power play, and Sheldon Keefe leads his 8-unit out there, and Tavares wins the draw cleanly. Back to Matthews, and finally the shot tipped by Tavares. He landed the recovery, and they pass.
And like I say, don't be shy. You can all come up. Anyone can come up at any time. It's always good. And if you want to know, like I say, like it says on the ticker tape, screening room, pin comment in the chat. And then we get to see one of the greats play.
Well, there's a key penalty kill performance for Hellebuck on what, as you mentioned, Chris, was probably the most efficient and effective power plays, moving the puck around and snapping.
This is back, like this is what musicals should be. Music that you actually want to get up and dance, not this fake choreographed shit that they put up nowadays. Like this music literally wants to make. This music literally makes you want to get up and dance. Not like nowadays. It's like they're forcing you to dance with the music. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. No, loop, de-loop. Look at him. Babe. De-loop. Been over and let me leave. Take your tail feather. This is always great. Just got to do the twist, baby. Do the twist. This. You got to swim with it. Hey. Yeah, gotta love it.
We spend so much time in it.
Yeah, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Oh, Lordy Lord. It's always classic when you watch this stuff. Yep. Yes, it does. If just Jake ever lied to them, if the blue person. Huh. Oh, sometimes. Yep, got to make that phone call. Try to make it look like you're trying to get him a gig. They all come in. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters.
Takes a high stick from Kerfoot, so penalty pending. And Winnipeg's going to get a power play. Will it be 2 or more? Dubois has been
Yeah.
part of a number of altercations. He's been hitting. He's been trying to get in aggressively. This is one behind the net. There's a bump back with a high stick. You know, Kerfoot just tried to block him out. And
$7 worth of change. Nice.
got the stick up, and just a 2-minute penalty, no flop, so no foul. That's the second power play of the night for the Jets. Yeah, this is critical time here to
Yeah.
draw, get the setup so you don't
They got the Illinois National White Party after them, too, including the cops.
6 for 24 against the Leafs this year. Gets a quick clear.
No kidding.
Second period. Shots on goal, 21-13
They're going, and they go to, of course, Wrigley Field, because I can't believe people that live in Chicago don't know the address to Wrigley Field is. Yeah, but it's crazy. No, he sent the whole party after him. Yeah, another great song. Little Burger, one's got one beer. Hey. Another great scene. We play both kinds of music. Yeah, the good old boys. Yeah, sure. yeah, sure. And then, love it. No one there. Empty bar. Completely empty bar. Like, hello, anyone there? Yeah, the state's best pepper steak. Hello, Bird. How's it going? Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, the bandstand. Love this line. We got both kinds, country and western. Like, there is other music.
Gives us a chance to remind you the athletes are preparing, some still striving to qualify. The Tokyo 2020 Olympic and Paralympic Games are coming.
Yep.
Watch live this summer on CBC and Sportsnet.
Yeah, no kidding. If only we had more bars like this. Like, just a rustic old place to go. That's one thing in my area of Canada that, like, almost no country bars. And now the place packs up. Just in time for the Blues Brothers to play. Yeah. Oh. Dude. Give Me Some Lovin' is a great song. I was able to when I was in high school, I was part of the jazz band and played this stuff. So it makes me appreciate the music even more. It's okay, Bird. Just glad that you're here. Yeah, he's like, too bad, baby, too bad, baby. Huh. And he shuts off the equipment. Ah, so took off all the power. Nope. Hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Play a little rawhide theme of rawhide. And I love it how the lights just slowly come up. Like the the director of photography did a phenomenal job creating the atmosphere and just doing perfect shots. Like he's managed to do a simple thing of just turning on the lights and did just a little extra to make it look epic. Right on me, rawhide. Yep, dancing on the table. Typical redneck stuff. Doo-doo-doo. And strategically placed whip. It's great that they added that. You can actually find this clip of the movie on YouTube right now. That shows you how cool of a scene this is. Like YouTube sometimes takes movies and puts them into various clips, and this is one of the clips. Show you that this was a very famous clip. Oh man. You see all the love in it. It also shows you that um, the fictional Jake and Elwood Blues could adapt their music to what they need to do put on a good show. Yeah, that guy's me there. the, the single guy at the bar. Now what did they do? That's the country folks showing appreciation by throwing their beers and everything at you. Yeah. Playing Rawhide again. Yeah. Oh wow, so much broken bottles. Bottles everywhere. Yeah.
Penalty is being called, an interference call. And some words afterwards, and it looks like it's Pierre-Luc Dubois headed to the box again.
So they still owe 100.
He saw the beauty in the
No.
oceans.
Right? I know for a fact I've worked in the industry long enough. I've been in the bar industry for 12 years. When you have a band or a artist come in, you usually give them like a round, one round, or like a meal on the house, but not $300 worth of alcohol on the house.
Into products that become flags of hope. That together we can inspire new generations to see possibilities to end plastic waste, to preserve and protect the planet. Bit by
Oh,
bit,
of course.
shoe by shoe.
Yeah. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, the Vile One himself, Vile Mike. Hey, Vile.
How you doing, man?
It's doing well. Just watching some
Sorry.
Blues Brothers.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm on my phone, so I can't watch it at the same time.
Well, I'm trying to give commentary as it goes on.
Well, and also, just in case, happy birthday, man.
Thanks, man. So, how was work today?
Boring.
Well, at least you're working.
I'm always working.
Yeah. And for everyone watching, definitely check out Vile Mike's channel. He does great stuff. Next on Monday, May the 4th, we'll be doing Star Wars Jep Nerdy.
Yep. Hopefully, I can get a full crew for that one.
Well, you know I'm there. Yes,
One
even though.
down, 14 more to go.
Oh yeah. Well, even though yes, I do focus on Star Trek, I do know good amount of information about Star Wars.
Well, I think everyone thinks they know enough about Star Wars.
Well, I got various documentaries on it and stuff. Like I know behind the scenes stuff.
No, I haven't even thought about including behind the scenes stuff.
Mm. Well, I know about the Clone Wars, all the movies. I can just do a little research on the book stuff now.
Well, remember, there's Legends and there's Disney canon, so.
Yeah, Disney canon's all the movies and as well as Clone Wars and Rebels. Whereas,
There's also a few books and games they're including now, too.
oh, wow. Didn't know that part. I just thought they were just doing the visual media.
That was when they first bought the thing. They've had the license for almost, 6 years now? 7 years?
Yeah. We're at the part of the movie where the Blues Brothers stiff Bob at his country bunker.
Which one is this one again? Which Blues Brothers movie?
The good one. The 1980 one with John Belushi.
I probably haven't seen this movie in 10, 15 years.
It's a solid one. That's for sure. And now the good old boys are going after them. It's great that they show up when the bar closes to perform. Plot. Gotta love it.
Well, I think that was one of the things. I don't remember there being that much of a plot. It was more of just
A
an
mission from
excuse
God.
for skits.
That's what it was. A mission from God. And of course, the country boys have a rifle in the car.
Of course, they wouldn't be country boys without it.
Yeah. And now the police that initially pulled him over way back at the beginning of the movie see him again. So now they got both the police and the good old boys that going after them. And then you had the Illinois White People's Party. They are called something different, but due to Google being uptight, can't say the actual party name. But it's the political party that was in charge of Germany in the 1940s.
Of Illinois?
Yeah. No, of Germany, but they call themselves that party.
I mean, I can see them in charge of certain parts of this country, just not Illinois.
Yeah. Oh, no. Definitely not Illinois. Now we're getting to the last third of the movie. We got the Schwitz scene when they're in the steam bath.
There are some things you just don't do halfway. Fighting COVID-19 is one of them. Vaccines roll out. Let's keep getting
Saying that the Blues Brothers are too outdated. The Blues Brothers will never be outdated.
Are you kidding? They were outdated in the 80s.
The music was still good. It's still popular. It's still actual music, not what we get nowadays.
That's what I'm saying. Is blues nowadays is retro cool.
Yeah.
Stuff back then, nah.
Well, it was still good music even back then. Like, and the movie had some big names like Aretha Franklin, James Brown, Ray Charles. It's back when SNL was funny and the skits that they turned into movies actually were good. The last good skit that was based off an SNL skit was Night of the Roxbury.
Oh, you have a head injury, don't you?
What movie am I forgetting?
No, because Night at the Roxbury was awful.
It was funny. I consider it a cult classic.
I don't think I even made it all the way through that movie. It was so bad.
It's one of those. It was a Zoolander movie before Zoolander.
I didn't even like Zoolander.
No one really liked Zoolander. With Zoolander, it's the more you watch it, I feel like the more you enjoy it.
So, in other words, you're saying it's like root beer.
Yeah. The more you drink it, it's like the Federation.
Thank you for getting the reference.
I wonder who else would have got the reference here. I told you, I know my Star Trek very well. I know my Star Trek quite well. And to promote the upcoming Blues Brothers show, they steal like one of those huge sirens. Yep, now they're going across the state of Illinois to promote their show. I guess they're staying to Cook County.
Probably because they didn't have the budget to go anywhere else back then.
Well, also, for people to drive, they probably want to make sure people go to the show. So they probably stayed in the one county or the one area. It'd be like if I promoted a show here in Hamilton, the furthest I'd go is like Toronto.
You know, you're assuming that I know where those places are on a map. Do I sound
Southern Ontario.
I mean, hell, the only reason half the people know where San Diego is because of Comic-Con.
Exactly. Like even people that follow the Chargers didn't know where San Diego was.
I can actually guarantee you that. There are probably Chargers fans who didn't know where San Diego was.
Exactly. If they had any fans.
No, I've actually had people who, when I told them where San Diego was, they were like, "You mean Los Angeles, right?" I was like, "No, Los Angeles is north of us." And they're like, "Well, I thought it was on the border." It's like, "No, San Diego's on the border. Los Angeles is above that."
Yeah. That's why I always say I'm just basically say Toronto where I'm from. Just south of Toronto instead of actually giving the city name. Because at least people know have a rough idea where Toronto is.
Yeah.
So I just say I'm south of Toronto.
Because like right now, I'm at my storage unit is in Lakeside.
Oh, cool.
Now, if I say that, you're like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Lakeside, no idea, but it's probably close by.
It's within San Diego County,
Okay.
but San Diego County is huge, so.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, San Diego is one of those cities that people just don't really remember all that much, despite the fact that it's still one of the top 10 largest cities in the country.
Because of all the other cities like that are more well known.
Yeah, but even smaller cities are still more well known.
Yeah, I guess because they're like either capital cities or just they have something memorable about it. Like if it wasn't for the San Diego Comic-Con, I doubt anyone would know, but even know the name San Diego.
Yeah. Maybe the San Diego Zoo too, because it's literally world famous.
Maybe. Elwood stealing some wiper blades. Really? Stealing wiper blades. And the girl pulling up to the gas station, she's a guy in a suit and thinks that he's the attendant. Like, if you pulled up to a gas station and saw a guy in a suit, would you automatically assume that they were an employee?
Sorry, you're talking to somebody who gets asked 30 times a day, "Do you work here?"
Well, it's funny that because the gas station had no gas. Repeat, the gas station had no gas.
Well, that's not that crazy. I've actually come across some gas stations without gas.
Yeah. It's funny. They showed the police station, and they got John Candy being the police chief. And on his desk, he has a pig dressed as a police officer. And now the room is filling up, and they're nowhere near it. They know they needed to do a full room like this, but this also gave a place where all the people that are after them knows where they are now. Did you happen to catch Deej Odyssey's stream last night?
No, I did something stupid. I went to bed early.
Well, it was quite crazy.
Well, what happened? You can't just say it was crazy and not say what happened.
It was just like the people that they had on there, like, and half of them got drunk, and it's like, it was just very interesting. It's a thing you have to watch. You can't really explain. And then we get the late Carrie Fisher coming in the movie. She
I
plays the
forgot she was
crazy.
in this.
Pardon?
I forgot she was in that.
Yeah,
movie.
she's the crazy ex-girlfriend of Jake. To get back to him, to kill him, she decides to blow up the entire building that they're in.
As I said, it's been a long time since I've seen this movie.
Yeah. And they filled a huge room up for people playing blues music.
That's the magic of Hollywood.
Yep. Oh, that's a great line. Play some Minnie the Mooch. Another well-known scene in the movie, which can be found on YouTube.
Oh, fuck. Pardon my language.
That's all right. This is the stream for not for kids.
No, it's just that as I said, I'm at my storage unit because I'm also trying to get some stuff done while I'm here.
Oh, cool.
And I just realized I left some stuff in the elevator.
Well, it should still be there.
Oh, there's no one else here. I
Yeah.
mean, the entire place is virtually empty.
Uh,
But still, means I gotta move more shit so I can get back out of my storage unit.
yep.
I got too much crap.
That's for sure. And I love it how they matched the music with the movements of Jake and Elwood. Did you catch the finale of Falcon Winter Soldier?
I haven't seen anything beyond the first episode.
Okay. Keep your mouth shut then.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just haven't had the time.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, like I had to spend almost the entire week in Yuma. And
Training?
I literally left Monday and I didn't get back until late Thursday.
Mm.
And while I'm out there, because of how much driving is involved out in there, it's just by the time I get back to the hotel, I just want to go straight to bed.
Understandable.
Yeah, even Mrs. Vile was not appreciating that. She woke me up several times late at night just so she could say good night.
So
So it's like, wake up, wake up, wake up. Okay, good night.
yeah, it's like, wake up. For what? Good night, dear. And now Elwood tampers with the gas pedal in the good old boys van. They actually had a cutscene in the movie where he stole a bunch of that glue from his work, but they never put it in the video in the movie, so people don't know how he got the glue.
Hey, I guess you're good luck, man. While I was actually at my storage unit, dealing with some other stuff, because I was on your stream, someone just bought something, I think.
Oh, nice. Probably one of the 3 people watching. Yeah, my streams don't bring many people in. Well, you got Geeks Enjoy Neurotica doing the Married with Children stream.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the people that would have been here are over there.
Yeah, except I'm not a huge Married with Children fan.
It has its moments. Like and also with the Mortal Kombat, no one's talking about that now. Too many people were disappointed in the movie.
Again, I haven't seen it, but I think I still will enjoy it because I can sometimes like dumb stuff, just
Yeah,
for the
that's
sake
what
of
the
it.
movie is. People were expecting like some grandiose thing. It's like, no, it's fighting, killing, and blood.
Yeah.
Like people, I think, are just trying to find a because it's not like the '95 one, or it's not like the game.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't want it
sometimes,
to be the game because the game is something else.
yeah, I feel like sometimes people just want to complain about a thing just to complain about it.
I would agree entirely on that one.
And now they're
I'm
introducing.
gonna mute myself for a little bit. I gotta try to go do something, and I'm gonna go down to the
No problem.
elevator.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so people watching the movie, if you are, they're now introducing the Blues Brothers to the stage. And for people, we're at an hour, 35 minutes, 54 seconds, 55, 56. So hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. Because we only got about 35 minutes left in the film. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Not a single applause. Nothing. You could hear crickets. I'm surprised they didn't start with Give Me Some Love, but I guess they already started that, so they pick another song. Everybody needs somebody to love. Someone to love. Someone to love. Times I feel. And the crowd's loving it. Yeah. And it feels organic when they do it. It doesn't feel like they're choreographed to get up and dance to the song because the song actually feels like it wants to make you get up and dance into groove. Like I'm bobbing to the song, just sitting here watching it. And for the people watching, if you want to send a birthday gift, the Streamlabs and the PayPal links are in the description. Gotta love that song. But I feel like the song after that is more my favorite. Gotta love the guitar work on this one. For all the people in Chicago, this song's for you. Sweet home, Chicago. Oh man, I love that little interaction. Like these little things just add that little extra to the movie. And they do a little dance. Yeah, crowd's going wild, and they dance off stage. People, the Blues Brothers have left the building. And they get their rec 10,000. Oh yeah, it's double what they needed. Wow, they played only 2 songs and they're already ducking out. So the band gets about $3,600 between them because they take the 5,000 to save the orphanage. Yeah. But really, you're doing a show for 2 songs. They could have easily extended that a bit longer. And the one cop realizes something's wrong. Where's Jake? Weren't they initially going after Elwood? And here comes Crazy Carrie. Ah, just a simple automatic rifle gun this time. Oh boy. She's pissed off because he ran away on their wedding day. She must kill him, but yet she was willing to kill everybody around just to get to him. She blew up a building. She used a bazooka and a flamethrower. And Belushi's pleading for his life. Yep. It's Belushi. He can talk his way out of anything. And for anyone that's interested in movie trivia, this scene that's coming up right now. Here's a little trivia for this. He's on his knees. She has the gun in his face. He takes his glasses off and you see his eyes. This is the only time in the movie you'll see other of the main characters' eyes. This scene right here.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, Val. Still get what you needed?
Somewhat. I'm going to have to finish something later.
You know, it's interesting. When watching the movie, how many of these people have passed away?
Well, the movie's like
1980.
40, almost 40 years old, right?
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if more of the cast was alive.
Well, so far the only real main character that's alive is Dan Aykroyd. Right? John Belushi passed away. Carrie Fisher gone. John Candy gone. James Brown gone. Aretha Franklin gone.
Yeah, but let's face it, Dan Aykroyd's been dead in his heart for years.
Oh, possibly. Well, he should be appearing in the new Ghostbusters movie.
No, I'm just making a joke about the remake Ghostbusters movie.
That is not a Ghostbusters movie. It's 4 women trying to pretend to be Ghostbusters.
Here's the way I still would explain it to people who don't like the film. It's still part of the IP. No matter what you're going to say, it's still part of the IP.
Yes, and that's a very sad fact. You got the good old boys going after him with the cops. And his foot's, because of Elwood's tampering, his foot is stuck to the gas pedal. They cannot stop. Yeah. He's stuck. And there goes the good old boys. Right into the drink. Oh, no? Yep, into the drink. Yeah. Little things like that make this movie just a little better. There's the girl Elwood's going to stand up. And we get a great cop chase right now. And this all started with a traffic stop going through a red.
So essentially, it's a sort of Les Mis reference.
Yeah.
Cop is chasing him throughout the entire story, for a
Yeah.
relatively minor offense.
Well, he did. It looked like he did have warrants, and his license was suspended. But yeah, pretty much a minor offense that they've been chasing him. And it's honestly funny that the cops chasing them says, "Where's Jake?" Even though Elwood was the one that initially wanted to grab.
Yeah, that's a bit of 80s nostalgia right there, though. The
Yeah.
fact that there was a cop willing to chase a white man down for several days
Like
in
I was
America.
saying- like I've been saying through most of the video, it's like you wouldn't get away with making movies like this anymore.
Well, I'm just saying that part is not necessarily realistic. Cops wouldn't
No.
be chasing a white guy down for an hour, let alone several days.
Yeah. The car that has the people going after them the most is stuck in a truck. And about 10 of the cars flipped over, and they're still going after them. About a third of the force that was chasing after them got disabled, and now they got the boats going after them, the mounted police going after them, everyone. It's like everybody but the National Guard.
Well, they had to save something for the sequel.
But if you watch the sequel, it's more, I wouldn't call it more of a sequel than a remake of this one.
Yeah, I do remember that much. Is the
Because
sequel is essentially a beat-for-beat remake?
Yeah. Just to replace John Belushi's character with John Goodman. I'm surprised they couldn't get Jim Belushi to play that role.
I think wasn't Jim Belushi dead by then?
Jim Belushi's still alive.
Oh wait, who was?
John.
Wait, which Belushi? Oh, John. I'm sorry. I did.
Oh, we got someone else coming in.
Jim, John, Bob, whatever.
Ian, your device isn't connected, so I can't bring you up right now. No, I can't. And hello. How's it going, man?
It's the official vet sign. Come in uniform. And trust me,
nice.
folks, I am literally head to toe.
Oh, awesome. Got the DS9 classic.
Captain on the deck.
Yes, Captain on the deck. Love
Commodore,
it.
happy birthday, sir.
Thank you, man. Great.
So we got a captain, a Commodore, and a small business merchant.
We got Quark.
You know Harry Mudd?
I was thinking more of a Cyrano Jones.
Oh, yeah, that actually. Oh, wait, hold
that
on.
could work a lot better.
I spoke to him. He gave me this for some reason. I'm not sure what this is. This company called a Tribble. I got one like an hour ago. There was like 7. I don't understand. Like, can someone tell me about this?
Yeah, I've actually sold tribbles online too.
Oh, that's awesome.
But yeah, if you're coming to a party, you might as well dress up. So
Yeah, exactly, man. We're just finishing up the Blues Brothers. We got about 19 minutes left. And then we can just get back. We can get to General Nerds chat after that.
nice. Are you getting to the scene where they're about to hit to Chicago and they have the big chase scene?
Oh, I'm at there right now. They're doing the big chasing right now.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah.
I'll shut up then, and then.
No. Well, if you want to watch a bit of it, the screening room link is in the chat. It's pinned in the chat.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Good. I can do that then.
Yeah, it's awesomeness.
Is it in the private chat or the actual chat?
The actual chat.
Okay. Oh, cool. I see who's here. Hello, folks. Eastland Buckholder, Burberry 5. Hello, Von Mike, the Catman.
Yeah.
Some
might-
guy named. Good.
They may or may not be still watching.
There's this guy named Commodore Tly.
Yeah.
Hello to him, or
Yeah.
whatever. But
And hello, Dandelion. Good to see you. And thank you for the birthday wish.
let's see. So let me grab my phone. So I'll be right back and grab my phone.
Yep, no problem. Yeah. Now the Illinois Hitler lovers are going after them. And he shot the radiator. Oh, the motor. He shot the motor. Hey, Eastland.
Ow.
Good to see that you're still here. Just didn't know. The window's fogging up, and yeah, what Jake's doing isn't helping at all. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. They got rid of the Hitler lovers. And this is going to be the second time.
Sorry, I was going to make a joke about the fact that you were like, they just got rid of the Hitler lovers. I'm like, yeah, Trump can't catch a break, can he?
Oh, the car does a backflip in midair. God, man. And the party that shall not be named is in midair, and they're crashing to the ground. And of course, you got the stereotypical music. And it's like they're falling forever. I always loved you. And it goes through the pavement.
All right, I'm
and
back.
the car
I'm
goes
sorry.
on top of them.
Oh, let me
They're in the
thumbs
middle
up
of
that first.
Chicago, driving through a plaza. Hello, Keely Chow. Haven't seen your name here. Good to see you.
This is the only thing I don't like about this uniform.
Too
I,
tight.
have to do, I constantly have to do the Picard maneuver.
Oh yeah, that's how most uniforms are. No, it's the not the fancy Picard maneuver.
I loved how in the
Picard's
one
just destroyed.
I love
Thank
how
you.
in the one episode where Data and Worf were acting captain and first officer, like Data basically copied everything. It's like, okay, well, go to warp port 9.4. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's cute.
Oh, of course.
But okay, I'm searching the
If only
chat.
they
Right.
were able to keep. It would have been cooler if they had Commander Data in the red uniform more often.
Seriously, it actually kind of worked for him.
Yeah, we only see him in the red uniform like what, once?
Yes, that was actually twice. The first
Okay,
time
twice.
was with the incident where Captain Jellicoe
Oh,
was
he actually
took
puts
over.
on a red uniform.
Yes, he does. He because he dismisses Riker and he promotes Data. The second time
Yeah.
is where
It was
Riker.
it was a holodeck program.
Yes,
It was like an illusion in a holodeck in an alternate reality.
exactly. And they go crazy. It's just like I don't like you do not. It's like,
Yeah. And Keely Chow says I prefer the TNG uniforms. Which ones? The ones from season 1 and 2, or season 3 and after? because there are subtle differences to the uniform.
Or the movie isn't mine. Like right now, I kind of glad I have this uniform too because I'm watching DS9 for the first time. So I'm on. Yeah, like I've seen sporadic episodes, so I'm watching it full through. So I'm at the point now where they have the TNG movie uniforms on.
Okay, season
where
2
Cisco had the badge up here in the gray part, right ahead down here, and they're trying to figure out where the hell to actually do everything.
Yeah. It's also interesting in the movies Star Trek Generations. Riker is wearing Cisco's uniform. That's why it's so tight on him and small on him. He is wearing the uniform that Avery Brooks is wearing. So it shows you the difference of size between the two characters.
That's funny you should say that too, because LeVar Burton was wearing Colin Meaney's O'Brien's uniform.
Oh,
you see why it is so long.
You took it out of my mouth.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say that, but you beat me to it.
Sorry, bro. I'm sorry. But yeah, if you notice, his sleeves are so long, like because the O'Brien character, like even Colin Meaney said it when he did the O'Brien character. It's like I want to look like a working man. So they didn't really care about the size length of the arms because basically Colin
he'd roll them up.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry.
And it's funny that he did the rolled up sleeves, and no one complained about him doing the rolled up sleeves. But when they did animated it in Lower Decks with Mariner, people were losing their shit.
One character lost his shit for one episode, and they actually just did it to piss her off. Remember?
Yeah. I am taking your advice, Commodore, by the way, from our conversation. I will be watching over again Lower Decks just to give it a chance.
Yeah.
I'm because you suggested it because I trust you, so I'm going to do so. Right now, my thoughts haven't changed about it, but I'll give it another shot, and we'll go from there.
Like that's what I did, because if you watch my earlier stuff on Lower Decks, I didn't like it, but then when I actually gave it a chance and actually sat down and watched it, the episodes, I'm like, it's not like there's something to this.
And that's
the entire thing. It's a love letter to Star Trek in general, and I think that a lot of people are just still put off by the, Discovery era character develop or lack thereof.
Yeah,
and they're putting their hate on that to Lower Decks.
And you find a lot of these channels that were hating on it kept their mouths shut after like the 4th episode, because people are saying, "Hey, wait, this is actually good." There were some people that hated, but even in the finale, even some of the haters were like, "This is okay." If season 2 is like the finale, then the show has a chance.
And this is the thing I wonder. It's the fact of, I've already, okay, so I'm not really a big fan. I'm going to be nice about it. I'm not a really big fan of Discovery. I've said this before, but also at the same time, if people want to call me on it, I've already put it out in the ether. And that's the thing that bothers me. If you put things out in the ether, then you have to back up what you got to say. But also, you have to be willing to eat crow if you're wrong, or also you have to watch what you've been watching. Now, I can only say up to season 2. I've not seen season 3. I can't really talk about season 3 of Discovery. I can only talk about up to episode 3 or 4 of Lower Decks. So that's where my background.
That's when it starts getting good.
Yeah.
So I think season 4 was episode 4 was the turning point in the season.
Hey, Ty, what was the episode that you joined me on for Lower Decks? I don't even remember what episode it was.
I think the one I did with you was I think it was episode 4.
Was it?
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was that early in the season or not.
Oh no, it might have been episode. It was with Boimler's girlfriend. Maybe episode 5 or 6.
God, I want to go back and check.
From what I know, he did. Boimler did go on the Titan, so he had this uniform eventually.
Yeah, he has that uniform on. It seems like the only people that have the uniform that we see on the Cerritos are officers on the California style class starships. And like,
Now, what? Oh, sorry.
yeah, it could be like they're
No.
trying to do like a generations type thing, where
Mhm.
they're going to be phasing out those types of uniforms that you're wearing, and
Mhm.
bring in the ones that the Cerritos is wearing. That's why the lesser ships might be wearing the newer uniforms, and the more established ships are wearing the older ones because those are the more recognizable ones, and they'll
Right.
slowly transition into
And that's
those.
exactly, and that's what I felt with Generations, where they were doing the transition from the TNG style uniform to the DS9 season 1 through 3 Voyager uniform. They're in the middle of a transition. And I'm not sure if I'm right about this, but I thought I read something about the fact of the reason, not just to advance up time, because, even in our society, in U.S. military, the uniforms have advanced from the Revolutionary War tricorder to Civil War blue coat to the World War One green, and so on and so on and so on, is the Federation had did the same thing, but also it was a marker of time for time travelers for the temporal wing of the Federation.
Yeah,
So they knew what time era they were in. So okay, you're wearing the Kirk style uniform. Okay, so I must be in 2250, or I'm in 2378, where the movie uniform with the open with the side with that one, you know what I mean, from like Star Trek 6, well, 2 through 6. I want that one.
Yeah, and also I feel
That's
like
what.
the reason why maybe the Cerritos has a certain uniform is because they might be introducing those because initially with the DS9, the idea is that the original DS9 uniforms, the ones from 1 to 3 before the war, were supposedly only ones from the on space stations only, and the TNG uniforms were on ships. And then when Generations comes, it's like they're transitioning those uniforms onto ships now. And
Exactly.
guys, wait a sec, because one of my good buddies in real life is in the back room. So everyone give a warm welcome to Terrible Tom Jenkins.
Hey.
What's
What's
Hello.
going
going
on, Ty?
on? It's
Happy
going
birthday.
well. Thanks, man.
Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Yeah.
Just came fresh off of playing some MLB, but I wanted to pop in the room to wish Buddy happy birthday.
Thanks, man.
Not a problem. What's going on the discussion right now for today?
Just Star Trek and general nerdy stuff.
Yeah, we're talking about uniforms and digs. Oh, I did pick this up a little while ago too, because that's my next.
Nice.
And because I have more of the old school stuff. I do have a TNG phaser, so it kind of matches with this uniform. So I'm pretty, and I do have a tricorder. Oh God, for this, so I'm good with that. So I'm set with it. But my next build is basically a TOS uni. And what I want to do is either with this one or the TOS uni is go to a fairy festival and do the whole thing of it. It was a big thing 2 years ago before the thing from last year, where Star Trek fans would dress up in uniform and go to fairy festivals and actually play off like an episode, like they're scanning a planet and stuff like that.
Oh, way cool, man! Way cool. So that sounds really interesting. Like you got so many good stuff. Like I had that, like those types of stuff as well when I was younger. Like the TNG Type 2 phaser and like the tricorder and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I was so young at the time. I can't find them anymore.
Oh,
I know.
Let's see. I'm gonna do. Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, go.
I'm gonna do a tweet right now to make sure that we can actually get more people up on this.
Yeah, I have room for 6 more, like 5 more people.
No,
so the movie's over. So I took the Screaming Room pin out, and I put the link to come on to the panel instead. So let me just remove that banner then, because don't need it anymore.
Let's wish our fellow officer a happy birthday. Okay, on stream on it. Now let's wish our fellow officer a happy birthday. Tweet.
Okay.
Hey, we all have to help each other.
Yeah, of course. We gotta make because heaven forbid Google does any of it. Yeah, because now Google's removing links to other people's channels from chat.
Really?
Yeah, they've been removing, like, say I'm on Berto Prey 5's channel and I put a link to a video of mine or something, the Google moderating team will remove it.
Yeah, corporate web pages are starting to do weird stuff like that.
That's for sure.
It's
just another thing of them keeping this small little guy down.
Yeah, it's not like they want to make money or anything, you know.
Exactly. Like, heaven forbids they create people's channels where they can make more money off of ads and everything then.
Yeah, it's like, seriously, it's not like, you know, a bunch of us, you know, have ideas and want to create something and want to actually make business out of it, and, you know, maybe kind of like, you know, want to entertain not just themselves but other people, and, you know, want to spread the wealth and the joy, you know, and in the process make a little money for a higher company. It's it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Forget about it.
Yeah, forget about it. Oh yeah, Brooklyn guy. Forget about it.
I've made people
forget about it.
Like, they won't let your moderator put a link in. They won't let trusted people put a link in. Nothing.
But if they understood us, they know Starfleet officers are very trusted. We are true to our word. So, you know, this is coming from a Commodore and a captain. So I'm just saying, you know, if you can't trust a Commodore who's higher ranking than me, then I don't know what to say. Just saying.
Yeah. It's like, the people I have picked as moderators on this channel, I trust to put up proper stuff in my chat. So,
I will say this. Like, oh, God. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just making a joke. That's all.
I do have a tendency of being a motor mouth. I did want to say, I took my boot off. So, obviously, like I said, I'm head to toe.
Yeah. Nice.
But this is the thing. Of course, me, because I'm that much of a SSHOLE or a what have you, I have to have my own style. So
yeah. Oh, nice.
I have a little. Yeah, I found them. I tweeted out. I'm like, listen, should I get those? Should I get them? Should I get them? Like, I totally like girled out. I'm like, should I get them? Should I get them? Should I get them? Like, yeah, totally get them.
Good seeing you here. How was the children's stream?
I was hoping that you were going to show us the sole or the bottom of the shoe, and it was going to have the Starfleet symbol on there.
I'm thinking about it, actually. Cool. I'm thinking about actually maybe doing like a burn-in somewhere in here and actually have, like, can you see? Okay, putting it in because there is space to do so. Like, I barely wear these. Like, the only time I wear these is for cause, and this is like, otherwise that's it. Like, this is maybe the 5th time I've worn this whole head-to-toe uniform.
Oh, awesome, man. Thank you. That's awesome that you're wearing it.
Brother, it's your birthday, and you're a high-ranking officer, so I have to come correct.
Sweet. And welcome to the panel, Resolute Germ. Hello, Resolute.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, Germ.
What's going on, man?
Oh. How's it going?
It's going well. Can barely hear you, man.
How's that?
It's a bit better. Oh, now I can hear you, yeah.
That's a little bit better.
Yeah. Let me just bump you up a bit. Talk. Yeah. See if
is that a little better?
Yeah. I'm just bumping you up with the mic settings.
He's doing the little audio tricks.
Yeah, do the little audio tricks. Well, as much as I can on a laptop.
I'm not going to knock you for you streaming from a laptop. I do it every week.
Yeah. Well, that's all I got right now.
Right.
Well, it
Is
seems to
this a
work.
little better?
Yep.
Oh, hey, Kitty.
We have a guest.
Oh, my kitty looks like the kitty from Gary 7, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think my girlfriend moved it because we had a picture of a black cat with orange eyes, and then about a couple of months later, we got my cat Eclipse, and it looked like this picture. I'm like, you willed this to happen, didn't you?
Oh,
It
interesting.
was meant to be.
So-
And
It's awesome that. So who's watched the Mortal Kombat? I almost said Immortal Kombat. Keeks,
oh, it came out.
Tom, you know what that's about, right?
I have yet to see it myself, but I have no problem discussing things about it.
Uh,
On totally game too. It actually came out.
yeah, it's out
Yeah.
Nice.
for all American citizens. It's on HBO Max for Canada. Yeah, we're stuck to renting it.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I think I've seen it on YouTube for like
Yeah.
$24.
Yeah,
I mean, like, if you really want to feel in your heart to go support the movie properly, like those are probably the right avenues to go by. But like, you never know how much the film is getting just through
Yeah.
deals like that. So.
exactly.
They
Who
don't
knows
need the
how
money.
it's actually gonna be.
But I've been hearing good reviews. I've been hearing good things.
I've heard mixed so far.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's I've seen it. It's if they thought this would do good in theaters, I don't know what they're smoking.
uh,
This
I
is
think it
cable
would've been
TV
good.
quality.
I think it would have done well in the first week, opening week, just because of the name recognition.
But
let me
on
ask
par,
you
would
this,
it be
is
like
this better
as
than
on
anything
par
by
with the
you
95 film?
Pardon?
We'll say
I
that.
heard like
Better than anything by you and Gold.
it. Honestly, like I wish that it would actually came out in theaters. Like right here in New York, that's where I'm at. I'm in generally upstate New York. We are having issues with actually having the theaters opening. Like even the one that's closest to me right now, there's like 2 or 3 are close to me. They're still closed. They're talking about opening them up, but talk is cheap once you do it.
Yeah.
Like that would have been a movie, like because I've seen the first Mortal Kombat back in the '90s in theaters when I was a younger kid, so it would have been cool to actually been like,
Hello,
I
G.
remember when I came in theaters, I'm going to see a new one, blah blah blah, this and the third, But it is what
Thanks,
it is.
man.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I think it would have done with the from what I've seen because I've seen the movie.
Mhm.
I think it would have done well on opening weekend because again the name recognition, but would it sustain it? That's what I'm questioning.
I hope it
No.
really does sustain it because like this movie just needed to be what it wanted to be. Just to show up the main plot of like Scorpion and Sub-Zero, introduce the tournament. You don't need to really show the whole tournament, but that they save that for the next movie, right?
I honestly don't know what they're going to do. I think the next movie is going to be like,
They are going to cancel that.
I don't think they're going to cancel it. I think they're just going to make it like straight to streaming movie.
Right.
Well, with a director with James Wan, who's handled probably the first Saw film at least, like it's gonna have a fighting chance at least.
Possibly. But I feel like the Godzilla versus Kong movie is going to do better.
Infinitely.
And this is the thing that
Yeah,
kills
but
me.
it also had a much larger budget.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But the effect, they did some great effects in the movie. Don't get me wrong. Some of the effects were amazing.
Yeah, but if you know anything about the game franchise, you're insulted by it.
Actually, are both by Lionsgate?
Yeah.
Or was? Yeah. Okay.
So it definitely has a backing then if it's from Lionsgate. Like they're not like a fly by night.
No, but it sounded like they were from an independent studio called Atomic Monster.
Yeah, Lionsgate completely subcontracted
Yeah,
it out.
Lionsgate
They
could have
owned the
just been their
movie rights.
distributor.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a distributor. It's distribution with Lionsgate. They distributed to Atomic
All
Monster.
right.
I think it's the one that actually made it.
The one thing. Oh, sorry.
And I feel like some of the stuff in it, like some of the kills were really good to watch, but it took quite a while to get to those kills.
Now, the one scene that we saw in the clips in the teaser, where Jax has his arms frozen by Sub-Zero, was that a good scene?
It
Overall?
was pretty much how it played out in the trailer.
Yeah.
The
The trailer.
So
pretty much
if you saw that scene in the trailer, you didn't really miss much in the movie. There wasn't really anything much they added.
I can deal with that. It really seemed cool. Like, I'm not sure in the game canon how he actually. I don't remember how he lost his arms. I think it was, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, people, folks on the panel, chat, what have you, where he actually Jackson in the game purposely had his arms removed to have the steel arms that he did. So to have it be an accident where it becomes almost a hero's journey type deal, a struggle to actually get back into the game, as it were. If that's the case, that's actually pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
If I remember correctly from my research of Mortal Kombat, Jax's arms weren't robotic. They were just like exo arms attached to his real arms.
Okay.
The exo arm thing was just for Annihilation, as far as I remember.
I know. I think Annihilation stole that idea from the games. Because he does appear later on in other games without them.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Was it in Annihilation that he actually the whole thing was that he had his basically he felt that the arms gave him strength, and then eventually he tore him off, and he had his real hands, and he started just beating people up with his real hands.
Yeah, he started beating up a horse monster.
Yes. He Kintaro.
No,
Motaro.
Yes.
The guy that looked like Pierce Brosnan in cosplay. Seriously, watch that movie again. The guy Motaro looks like Pierce Brosnan in bad makeup.
Okay. But for the movie, I think they could have easily cut out maybe 20 minutes of it, and it would just done a lot better. 20, 30 minutes of it.
They'd have to do a lot more than that.
Well, that's a start. At least for a start.
Get a 10-minute clip of all the fight scenes and throw away the rest of that garbage.
Oh God, I'm totally card maneuvering right now. Like Jesus. Sorry, folks.
That's all right.
Positive I'll give the movie is like their casting choices have been top notch. Like the teaser completely sold me on Kano. The teaser completely also sold me on like the guy that they have for Scorpion and Sub-Zero are great. Like
the guy that played Scorpion was a good choice. He does do a solid job in the movie, even though you don't see him much.
And the violence slightly reminds me of an Akira Kurosawa film.
Yeah, but the violence is few and far between.
That main character is a real letdown for the movie. It's just a complete plot tool. The only reason he's there is to give the audience someone to self-insert for.
Oh, are we talking about Cole Young?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's the audience surrogate.
Yeah.
To name the trope.
Yeah. He's just like your average day person that makes you feel like it's you there. Like,
Yeah.
See, in that
His
case,
power
I would have
set's
just used a
completely
lesser known
mundane.
character and lesser popular character and gone with Curtis Stryker, because they were trying to throw Curtis Stryker in the games ever since Mortal Kombat 1, so it makes sense to do that.
yeah, they should have called him Curtis Stryker, but heaven forbid. But at least they came up with an original character to do that with instead of taking an established character.
And I believe Curtis Stryker is like probably the least liked character in the whole Mortal Kombat franchise now. Like,
Exactly, they could actually kill him off and it wouldn't piss off the fan base.
Now that's a shame too, because Stryker is actually a decent character. He's decent in Mortal Kombat 3 if you played it, but you can definitely tell it's like one of those things that it's just like, yeah, you could give or take, what have you.
He was cheap. That was the problem, is because you could just do that baton throw over, or where you go across the screen and throw him with your baton over and over and over again. So he was a cheap character. That's why people hated him.
And I loved being the cheap in the arcades, like especially with Scorpion.
I didn't care for the Melina character.
That used to be my girl in Mortal Kombat 2. I started off Melina with this. I actually learned all her moves and everything, but then I went away literally for 3 months when I was a kid, and then came back and tried to do the same thing again, and I failed. Total fails. Total fails.
I think they just didn't really.
I remember going to the arcades and Ultimate Mortal Kombat, just playing as Noob Saibot, just whooping everybody.
Oh, cool.
Because he also had a cheap combo.
That was the first time he was playable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
The one in 3, I did the Outcast Sub-Zero. I tried to play the other Assassin Sub-Zero that tried to, because I think in that storyline, the Outcast Sub-Zero was rogue, and then the Lin Kuei clan tried to send another style Sub-Zero in order to fight him, and he had slightly different moves. And I tried to play that one. It didn't feel right, so I went to the original Sub-Zero, and that felt a lot better, especially when he did the whole thing where he went up and the storm above and it went down and everything. Like, that was more my guy.
Okay,
Sub-Zero has always been my guy with every game.
I'm kind of confused at what you're talking about, because there was only one Sub-Zero in all the games, or at least post Mortal Kombat 2. The only time they had the mask versus not the mask is if two people chose the same character.
Okay.
I thought there was a second Sub-Zero, or at least another Lin Kuei fighter.
They did do a second Sub-Zero in some of the later games, but it was like as a bonus character. Character. But I can't remember which game that started on. I want to say it was
I think it started on
Armageddon or
Ultimate.
something.
I'd probably say it was Ultimate, because the original Sub-Zero.
It wasn't
was
Ultimate.
Bi-Han,
I can tell you that much.
The original Sub-Zero
somewhere
ends up being Noob.
It was somewhere between 4 or after 4, but before 9. So it was either Deadly Alliance, Armageddon, or what was the other one? Deception.
Okay.
Trust me, I just did a Jeopardy about Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. And it was, and we all know who won that one.
But I do remember there being like 2 Sub-Zeros at one point. Yes.
Yes.
Wasn't one.
Yeah, there. I think 2 and 3.
Okay.
It was the.
Unless you're including Noob Saibot, because Noob Saibot is the first Sub-Zero killed and resurrected.
Exactly. Okay, that's why I wanted to touch on it, but I wasn't sure if it was going to be needing a spoiler warning with like saying that Bi-Han ends up turning into the original Noob Saibot.
Yeah, spoiler for a game that's or a game series where this happened, 25 years ago.
Yeah, they could change it. Hollywood directors could change it from now.
Yeah, spoiler warning: Vader is Luke's dad.
Exactly.
No! How dare you spoil it for me?
Spoiler warnings, they come on cars.
Spoiler warning: the sled was Rosebud.
It was? Son of a...
Rosebud!
Dang it!
No, that can't
I
be.
knew
That
it.
can't be.
Hold on. I got sure. Hold on. One second here. Hold on. Wait. Says he's not lying. Rosebud was the sled. Okay. Cool. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. I tri-corded it. We're good.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me double check here. Hold on. Oh wait, power set. Never mind.
The old school one, nice.
I love this thing. It's like a little. It's so cute. It's like a little handheld little thing. It's just like
Yeah.
It's loud too.
Yeah.
It's the loudest thing on the stream, I think.
When I opened up the first time, I was like, oh, this is so cool. Like, put it to my ear, and I opened it up. I was stinging for like 3 hours. Like, it stung in my ear for 3 hours. I'm like, ow, that hurt. Ow.
Yeah.
Scan hearing loss.
So, besides the Mortal Kombat, what other new things have you guys been watching?
I've been trying to rewatch Stranger Things because I heard another season 4 is going to be coming out soon.
Oh, yeah,
but I've only watched like the first 4 episodes in the last 2 weeks.
I personally have been busy. I started a new trucking job. Just for a little background, I am a truck driver, so I've been actually this last week and last 2 weeks I've been running between here in upstate New York down to New York City, Long Island, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. So I've been running back and forth between the 3 states. So I've been trying to keep up with all your channels, basically, like all the independent channels, because that's the only form of entertainment I choose to have right now. Like, I'll listen to maybe something like, I'll do a little old school SNL every now and then, but generally I'm like,
old school SNL is the only good SNL.
That's true. Basically, after Will Ferrell left, and 5 years after that, it's basically when it went down. Like, Sherry O'Terry was my girl. I loved her.
Yeah,
she's
she
like
was
this little
one of the good ones.
I love her.
Yeah. Yeah, we got like so much coming up. Like, we just finished Falcon Winter Soldier. I know, like, you haven't seen anything but episode 1. But
yeah, I'm lame.
I've been seeing this one meme a lot, particularly about that movie.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love the memes.
Me and the missus, we actually made it a point before I actually got this job, we made it a point to actually come home on Friday and actually, well, she would come. I'd be still home at the time because I was had no job and was a broke ass. But we would watch WandaVision, and I know there's a lot of hatred for it, and I totally understand the gist of what basically she is the villain. But the first couple of episodes, we were actually really intrigued on how out there it was, and me and her were the type of people that we like to see offbeat stuff. So when they did the 50s, 60s episodes, 70s episodes, and 80s and the 90s episodes, we were just like, that's actually pretty clever.
Oh, cool. With WandaVision, I think it was the negative response to it was I think they were building up to something more bigger than what we were given at the end. And also just all the theories out there.
Yeah, but that's on the fans. That's not on the show. No. I think the show was probably complete a long time before a lot of the stuff was released.
Yeah, but it still doesn't mean what they came out with was any good.
I disagree.
I liked WandaVision. I liked the whole thing.
I thought it was pretty decent because, again, it's not really to be. It's not. It wasn't Feige didn't want this to be like the ultimate epic. It was supposed to be the appetizer before the main course, as it were. If you want to put it that way,
you were missing something, like just that little something that would be like, oh, okay, I get where we're going. I can't wait for Doctor Strange 2. But
right
now but it just felt like they missed that one thing that could have been like
Yeah,
that.
if they got that series out, say, and had it end maybe a week or two before Doctor Strange 2 comes out, then it'd be okay. People would forget about it and they'd just move on to the movie. But
Or maybe if
considering there's going to be
they
so
did the
long,
initial plan of it,
Mhm.
wait until just before the movie comes out and release it 9 weeks
Yeah.
before the movie came out.
Is the show like at least moderately alongside like any films at all, or is it just its own separate entity?
it's supposed to be a direct tie-in to the
It's
second
supposed
Doctor
to.
Strange film, but
Yeah.
I don't see it as a direct tie-in to any other film. It's more of a an epilogue for Avengers and Avengers 2 and Age of Ultron and Avengers Endgame.
no,
And
but
that's what it did for me too.
they
Is the fact that I never.
particularly advertised it as a tie-in to Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it was an
They
epilogue, but they also
repeatedly
tied it in.
stated it would be a direct tie-in.
Yeah.
And that's what it did for me because I'm not really a big MCU fan. Like I my thing is Captain America, a fellow Brooklyn boy. So it's all about Brooklyn for me. But so I watched Captain America. I have that video, the first Avengers. So I wanted to actually look at those. But then when WandaVision came out, it actually made me go back to Age of Ultron. It made me go back to Civil War. It made me go backtrack and actually rewatch the whole MCU. And we, my cousin had, not my cousin, rather, my sister-in-law has Disney Plus. So we've been watching her Disney Plus, as it were, and they have a option where you can watch it from chronological order, not the chronological order of how the movies came out, but how the MCU was supposed to come out. So I've seen Captain America, Captain Marvel, blah 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 blah. That's Thornton going on, and it's making me actually want to see the MCU. So maybe that was the idea of in their process for people to actually come back after Endgame.
Maybe. But I think it did tie up some talking points in Ultron, Civil War, and Endgame. But to move forward, I think that's where it failed. But yeah, it may make you want to watch back, but it was also supposed to be launching forward. And that's where I think they kind of dropped the ball on.
I get that, but also we're still in the first stage of this phase 4, so there may be a bigger plan in play. We're just getting smaller bits, as it were.
But the problem was also this was supposed to be like further down the road, so it should have been more invested into what we're supposed to be getting.
Mm-hmm.
Because initially, Black Widow was supposed to be the epilogue of. Spider-Man was the epilogue of the series, and Black Widow was supposed to be another epilogue of that character, but also move forward. And then we were supposed to get the Eternals, and then Falcon Winter Soldier, then WandaVision.
I don't know. WandaVision, as I said, it feels like an epilogue towards the same way that Spider-Man: Homecoming was.
Mm-hmm.
Not Homecoming. Far From Home.
Okay, yeah.
And as much as it's supposed to be a tie-in to the next phase, I just didn't see it that way.
Yeah, that's why I think a lot of the hatred comes from.
And see, I don't get that. I mean, I'd rather just watch it as it is, and like you said, go back and now watch Age of Ultron. You might enjoy it a little bit more.
True.
I for some reason I think Age of Ultron gets a lot less love than it should. I thought it was a really good movie, especially with what's his name? The original Daniel Jackson.
Oh, frig! I'm drawing a blank on that one.
The guy that voiced Ultron. Come on, Germ, you should be able to get this.
I'm not a Stargate fan. Just because I owned a complete set does not mean I like it.
Just means I like to collect stuff.
All right, fine.
I have
you just lost 30 points.
DVDs right here.
Eastland says James Spader.
Deducted.
James Spader, thank you very much. But yeah, he did a fantastic job. In fact, that whole Pinocchio bit still gives me chills.
Nice. Uh, and then, but we got a month off until we get Loki.
Now that's one I'm not. That's the first one I'm not looking forward to.
I
As
think
much
a
as
lot
everyone
more
else
people
is,
were
I
looking
look at
forward to
Loki and I'm
Loki.
like, that just looks like it's entirely has nothing to do with anything else.
I think this is going to be the first mention of the multiverse because they actually bring it up in the trailer.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah. I am not holding out too much hope for Loki or the MCU in the future.
Yeah, I think
Ever
the
since
MCU is
Endgame,
pretty much
everything
done
has just
with
been spiraling.
Endgame.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a chance only
Like, hold on,
because
they're
I'm
giving it.
a newcomer. Wait, what happened?
We're giving like Loki his own movie. When did this get announced by?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
it's
getting
not
his
been
own
announced
TV
like
show,
a
similar
couple
to
months ago.
WandaVision.
Yeah,
It's
Like-
strange because like you know him as a villain, but I think something's gonna happen to make him a hero. Sounds like what the premise is.
well, one of the scenes that they did in the teaser trailer was that he's basically going to be DB Cooper.
Okay.
If anybody knows that story about DB Cooper in the
Oh yeah,
Midwest,
DB Cooper. Yeah.
yes. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure. Like,
Yeah.
do you allow alcohol on your stream? Yes or no?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to do this to you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Salut, happy birthday, and also in Star Trek tradition to absent friends.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Ty.
Thanks.
Salut.
Yeah.
We do it classy here.
All I have.
Yeah.
There we go.
7-Eleven?
Hey!
Nice. There you go. Oh, I
Nice.
also have my Baja Blast here because we did talk
cool.
about
cool.
Yeah, Ty knows me. I'm almost always at the cup of coffee in my hand.
Yeah,
Nice.
Piper. There's tons of birthdays in this month in the community.
Wait, is Adventures of Piper?
Yeah.
Piper, are you the Piper I spoke to earlier? Piper? I'm because I did an episode. You know how Commodore, how we do the episode, we pre-record. By the way,
Yeah.
for the next one I edit, so we'll go from
sweet.
there. So we'll talk about, if you want to talk about that a little bit, that's fine during stream. But if not, then we'll play it cool. But I'll just say
Yeah.
that.
She says was you. She was the Piper you were talking to earlier.
Oh, awesomeness! Oh, girl, I love you. Salut.
Yeah, she was on.
I just want to let
stream
you
last
know,
night.
Ty, I just got the notification from YouTube that you're live.
Wow. 2.5 hours in.
Hey, at least you
2.5
got it.
hours in. YouTube finally.
See, I love this community. Like, okay, yeah, that kind of sucks too because it's really bad. If you put something out there, you want people to see as many as possible. Yeah, we have to do the legwork, as it were, but
Yeah.
we should actually have that chance to be like, okay, well, I'm here. Watch me. It's see what I got. But the second thing is too, Piper, salut to you.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, we had an amazing conversation. I
She
had
had her grade 0.5 avatar during the interview.
Yes. We had a very interesting. I'm not going to spoil or anything, but we had, unless she wants to talk about or at least type in what we did say. But it was a very interesting conversation, as we all do, and I got a little more insight on, which I love doing interviews because the way I come into it is I have a basic knowledge. I try to come at people with their YouTube channels or whatever as a novice, as a newbie, like, which for some of the channels is true, is I see what you're doing. I have a general idea, but I want to know more. So I'm asking, like, if I have a personal sit down with the entertainer. It's like one-on-one with the entertainer of the channel or what they do. And we go from there and we move on and we go through the conversation. And I can honestly say the chats I've had and the conversation I had with everybody, with Commodore, with Piper, with people on the channel I've dealt with before, it's been a real in-depth look into not just what the creator does, but also their insights on certain aspects in life and also where they come from with their channel and how they come with it. Because the person's channel does reflect their personality, if that makes sense. Plus the fact we need more entertainers out there. So, I'm not trying to like interview like Brian Seltzer or something like that. I didn't expect to. I didn't expect to get to chat so much about
voice acting.
Yes. We could definitely talk about writing next time if you want to come again. That's for sure.
So with so much disappointment of various shows coming out, what do you think? Which one do you think they dropped the ball most on?
Well, I haven't seen the SVU crossover with Law and Order. What is it called? Law and Order.
Organized crime.
Yes, I do want to see that. Like, I'm a big Law and Order fan, and I love Christopher Maloney when he did Happy. I feel bad for the brother though because he always gets typecast as like New York City. Oh,
well, you're always welcome up here, Piper. Link to the panels in the top of the chat.
Ooh, chat. Bro, you're gonna make me cry.
About the, I saw the first episode of it, and they bring in the organized crime. And guess what? If you want some partial spoilers, you want to know what's one of the things that they were selling illegally? Counterfeit or like what's counterfeit type respirators and N95s.
What?
Yes, that's what the criminal organization that they're going after was selling. Bootleg, black market ventilators and N95s.
Okay, I kind of get it.
I could get that too. I've already seen reports about fake vaccination sites.
Ooh, oof.
Yeah.
Really?
There was groups of people that were setting up fake vaccination sites so that the people, because they were worried that people were getting the mark of the beast, so they were giving fake ones out just to and charging people money for it.
I can almost see that. It's just like, okay, Mr. Niederlander, we're going to give you your shot, and go ahead, we're going to wipe your arm. Thank you very much. I like the fact I'm getting vaccinated.
I've only heard of 2 instances of it, and they were both closed within like 4 hours by the actual police, but I'm worried more than that kind of stuff would pop up too.
Yeah.
What?
But that's what the first episode premise was.
Okay,
that's what we hear.
Given it works. Okay, I get that.
Yeah, it's really dating the episode then in future viewings.
I can, being from New York City, being from Brooklyn, I can kind of see that because I'm not gonna lie. Depending on who you deal with, it's in order for someone to make money. If you have a job, you kind of expect someone to have a little side hustle here and there. So to have a group of people actually do the M95 thing and have respirators or what have you, I would kind of get that mob would do something like that. It's like, hey, how you doing? Hey, Tony. Hey, Sal.
Yeah.
Sally boy, come over here. Let me talk to you. Hey. No, Maro, get over here. Okay, listen, I got a little thing over here. I'm gonna talk to you. Hey, Maro. Hey, put down the pizza. Let me talk to you. I know it's a good monologue right there. Okay, listen. Me, Billy, Joey, Paulie Pete, Two Tones, Knife Guy, all those guys, Taco Bell Boy. We got this little side business we want you to come in on. So here, listen, let me tell you. It's great. Motto, and you're going to love this. So we got a bunch of M95s. We got a bunch of masks. We got a bunch of respirators. We got here in Paramus in Jersey. My guys down there, we're going to bring them up to the city. We're gonna go through the Cross Bronx Expressway. We got a couple, Puerto Rican guys. They're gonna take it over for us, but Maron, whatever. It's whatever. They're not gonna do the running for us. But anyway, you take it. We're gonna take it down. We're gonna make about a couple thousand off it. We're gonna switch it. We're gonna pay the 1,000. Now you hear me? We're gonna pay the 1,000. We're gonna sell it off to these hospitals. Maybe to a couple people here for a hospice, what have you. We're gonna make at least $5,000 off the thing. You like? Oh yeah, you're gonna freaking love it.
No, he's
Maron, you're gonna love it. Thank you very much.
Yes. So, Resolute, what do you think? Who dropped the ball the most on their respective franchise?
I'd say Marvel as a whole.
Track.
Compared to where they were, Marvel just the phase 1 almost no downside. They get to Infinity War, everything's good. And then after that, it's like they're a chicken running around with their head cut off. They don't know what they're doing. I would say Trek,
I would disagree there because
Trek was in a horrible position before that.
Incredible Hulk was not that good of a Marvel movie, and that was phase 1.
Yeah, Hulk was.
And let's face it, they haven't brought back the Abomination. They haven't brought back the big green head leader dude. I can't remember his name. Even though they implied
the leader.
The leader.
Yeah.
The guy in Tom Selleck getting all freaking crazy shit. And Lee's Hulk as the villain. I believe not Tom Selleck.
I don't know if that was the MCU Hulk or is that the 04 Hulk.
That was if you're talking about Ang Lee's Hulk. That was that's not part of the MCU, but the second one was Incredible Hulk, the one that came out after Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I am googling this actor because it's like bugging me for a second.
I will say this: the only things that will save Trek Wars and Who is a multiverse. Or in Trek's case, it'll be a Q snap. We're going to be in Picard season 2 if that comes out. Q is coming in, but
yeah, Q is coming in.
Yes, and this is the thing: if all CBS has to say, the people that are running the new Trek is saying it's a form of a multiverse, we can accept that. Now, I'm not sure how people feel about Star Trek 09. I have all 3 of the movies. I actually like them because in my head space, it's basically you want, and it's maybe partly because of how the Hollywood business runs. You have your hardcores with the episodes, with the series, but when the movies come out, you want to have as many people come in and watch as possible. So you need the action adventure, what have you. So you do the references for the normies or for the hardcores. So, for example, in Generations, they talked about Kirk in the first couple of minutes, and then that little ooh. But in general, you had an overarching story which could have been by itself for people that aren't really Trek fans but want to see a good action movie. Now, with the J.J. Abrams Star Treks, the first thing that was said when they were on the Enterprise and Spock was doing his little speech was an alternate reality. The minute he said alternate reality, you were tied in. And he's like, as fans, we could be like, cool, we accept it.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
so I finally looked up what I was looking at. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, it's all right.
It was Nick Nolte I was trying to think about. With that movie's just kind of was a little garbage for its introduction to the Hulk. But
04, yeah, no one really cares about the 04 Hulk movie.
Anyways, I think it was Mike that was trying to talk before I interjected accidentally.
No, I'm saying I'm assuming you're talking about the Ang Lee Hulk, and that one is not part of the MCU, but the one that. It came after that, the Incredible Hulk. That one's MCU.
Is that the Ed Norton Hulk?
Yeah.
Yes, Ed Norton. Thank you very much. I couldn't remember his freaking name.
Oh, okay. I thought he was actually pretty decent. I wonder why he didn't continue.
Because he wanted more money or something about script or money or both. Or a bunch of behind the scenes.
He's very controlling over his script.
Cartoon, I think.
What are you gonna do?
And he also didn't like the fact that the Hulk was basically going to be relegated to supporting role from now on. I mean, that's one of the reasons they haven't done another Hulk movie is because they tend not to do very well compared to the rest.
And also, well, they're going to do their third Ant-Man movie, and that franchise hasn't done well at all.
It did a lot better than Hulk.
Yeah. And everyone, welcome.
That's
Piper
a real
to the
low
stream.
bar to.
Hello.
Hey there.
Piper!
Ah, a female.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh my God, it's a girl! Oh my God!
You have to
Oh my
break
God.
up the sausage
Don't
party
look at-
somehow.
My eyes are
Uh-oh.
here. These are my eyes. You look at my eyes. You look at my eyes. You don't look at my badge. My badge is in my no-no square. How you doing,
My
Mom?
eyes are up here.
My eyes up here. Don't look at my badge. My pretty badge.
Yeah.
But it's so
Nice.
shiny.
It spins. And it spins. How you doing, mamas?
All right, just got done getting my ass whooped in a Pokemon showdown by supposedly one person that knows how to play Pokemon and a bunch of people that don't know what Pokemon is. I'm pressing X to doubt on that one.
Yeah.
what is this Pokemons you kids speak of?
Right, because well, one of them was definitely pretending to not know because then he also had his favorite Pokemon, and he was disappointed that it was not legal in the team he tried to make.
Oh my God! You just made me think of something. Hey, Joey, come in. Hey, Joey, come in. Come over here. So listen, me, Bally, BDay, Tommy Two Tones, Two Thumbs, Knife Guy, Taco Bell Boy. We got these things called Pokemons. Pokemon. Oh, hold on. Pokemons. Oh no, that's the other thing from the Cuban guys. Okay, no, they call it Pokemons. So these little animals here, and you have a little ball. And what are you gonna do? You throw them out there with another guy. Yeah, it could be, it could be Kazong or what have you. It could be Sal from Staten Island. So you and Sal, we throw the balls out. Not those balls, but the other balls, the balls that we had in the hands. Exactly. Yeah. Stop being sick, all right? So they have these little monsters. They fight each other, and whoever wins, you catch them all. I don't. What is it called? Gotta catch them all. That's the worst.
Gotta catch them all.
I've heard in my freaking life. Okay, shut you. Just sit down with your drink. Okay. Anyway, it's a good deal. We're gonna take these balls for $5,000, and we're gonna make at least $5 million off them. You down with that? All right.
Yeah, you beat
if you ain't
people
down
and they
with
give
that,
you
I got
random
2
amounts
words
of
for
money.
ya.
Like they have to give you money. So I mean, it's pretty sweet.
I have this electric mouse. I would like to battle your water turtle.
I will take my Charizard and raise it to a Charizard. I don't know a lot about Pokemon. I know Pikachu's awesome and Ryan Reynolds is awesome. Sorry, I'm being honest.
When I was young, I did not want to be into Pokemon. I was technically, I think, a little bit older than the target audience age, but my little sister was into Pokemon, and she got stuck in her game. She was playing Red, and she got stuck in her game. And the reason she got stuck in her game was somehow she managed to have all Charizards.
Okay. In Red?
Oh, she sharked it.
Yeah.
So did she hack something, or because you're only
No,
given one Charmander?
You're given one Charmander, and I don't know, she was catching a whole bunch of something else. Either that or she just had that's what it was. She had leveled up her Charizard all the freaking way, really high up, didn't level like anybody else in her team.
Typical play.
Right, so she was getting creamed though by like anything with water. So she was getting her butt kicked because she was only paying attention to Charizard, and she was about the target age, but she was really young, so she had like zero tactics at that time. Now, holy shit, man, she still loves the game.
Yeah,
and she's like really good. Like she knows all the stupid number stat bullshit that I don't know. But I went to help her play. I went to help her get unstuck, basically. I was like, all right, I'll be a big sister. I'll help you with your little baby monster game. And I was like, shit, this is fun. Like,
I'm not going to lie.
What's funny when you're talking about all the stats and stuff? When I was in college, one of my mathematics professors actually used Pokemon as an example of how important mathematics is to everyday life, because he was like,
Wow.
yeah, if you guys all played Pokemon, it had hidden values that you couldn't detect, but there were certain ways you could figure it out using mathematical formulas, and he would show the mathematical formulas that people came up with to figure out all the hidden values from that. It's like, see, math is important.
Yeah, I
Well,
definitely
he at least found a use for math.
like I'm good at the stupid. I'm good at the games, but man, the second you're battling like another player that like knows all this shit, those are the players that play tournaments and shit that know all this shit. They breed for specific, like right down to specific personalities, specific numbers. They do this and that, and it was like the most I fuck around with those numbers is when I'm on when they started making little train your guys and raise their happiness and train them specifically this way, and you could feed them certain candies and stuff. Then I was like, oh, okay, I'll mess with numbers. But yeah, if I cannot play against somebody that hardcore like knows how to do all that number crap, because I'm like, no, I want to play my baby monster game, and I don't want to play math elite game.
Honestly, I would love to have a Snorlax. I'm not gonna lie. I'd like to have like a little plush Snorlax because I find the concept of that character awesome. The mere fact that basically it's this big round, huge round thing that just sleeps, like it just that's it. It's not complicated. It's basically it's basic, and there is a bit of coolness to it. It's the fact of all he does is chill, and he doesn't even have to talk to anyone. Just that's it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's he's leaning towards being my favorite Pokemon.
I always hated that as a Pokemon, but then I saw them release the big plushies of them that are supposed to be like used in place of a bed.
Right.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
Your
the big old
Snorlax?
ones. Yeah.
Well, it
there's
has to be Snorlax.
Yeah, Snorlax.
Can't be anyone else.
Yeah.
The Snorlax is the sleeping Pokemon.
That's when I was like, okay. I don't like the Pokemon in the games or anything like that, but that's freaking cute. I want that. Like,
I would get one just to use it as like a beanbag chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the people that created it's just like, okay, seriously, we created a Pokemon that doesn't do anything. So how are we going to sell this character? Let's make pillows. Do it. And
yes,
here it is. It's like it's so cool. Like I would totally get one. Like if I had, I'm not gonna lie, if I have enough money one day and I have bigger space and it's big enough, I would totally put it in the corner. It's just like I'm going to bed. I'm gonna sleep my Snorlax. Like
I make
you're
that
gonna
my
do
little
what? You heard
comic
me?
book reading corner.
Exactly.
We're at the generation now where adults can actually have a little bit of the kingdom to actually do what they need to do. Like Piper and Commodore, you've seen my little collection here, so it's just like, yes, I'm a big manly trucker guy, but at the same time, I have little toys.
I think that's like most of us. Like we go on our daily lives, like do whatever job, our normal jobs and stuff. But when we get home, we got all our little geeky, nerdy collectibles.
Exactly.
Hell, that is my side business.
There you go.
Yeah.
My problem is trying to go through like normal everyday, and I'm usually like very socially awkward, so I'm able to keep to
Aren't we
myself.
all? That's
Right,
what we're here.
especially with social anxiety. But like, if I'm trying to go about my day, but somebody mentions something that I'm like really into, it is so hard for me to not just randomly geek out on somebody I don't even know. Like,
Yeah. Oh, I've done the same.
And that's the beauty of our fandom, is the beauty of our respective fandoms, what we actually watch, listen to, follow, what have you, is the fact of within those communities, even if we have opposite communities. So say I run into a hardcore Star Wars fan, we can talk about, Return of the Jedi or this, that, and the third, or even what I have in my house right now. We have 2 lightsabers. We have from Ultra Sabers. Me and my missus, we actually went to the park when the first warm day up here where we are, and we pulled them out. Even people that have a passing knowledge of Star Wars, they saw me and her going back and forth. We saw people just like, oh my God, they're fighting. Oh my God, watch. versus, oh my God, they're fighting. Don't watch. It's like, cool, you know what I mean? It's like a break from normality, as it were. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Look,
we got-
Timmy, they're doing a Star Wars.
Exactly. Yes. They're Star Warsing, honey. Mommy, what are they doing? Don't bother them. They're having a Sith battle. So the Sith boy and the Jedi girl are going back and forth, and they're trying to actually go back and forth to save the universe. Thanks, Mommy.
Yeah.
I want to be a Sith. Oh, by the way, did you all see it was like last year sometime, the little girl that went down to, I guess it was the Star Wars land in Disney, and they had the little kids go up, and the black dude that looked like what's his name, Mace Windu, was like, "Oh, what's her name?" And you want to be Jedi? And she's like, "I want to be a Sith." And she goes up to Darth Vader, pulls out her lightsaber, but then kneels in front of him, and everybody starts applauding. They're like, "Oh no, the Sith Academy's down the road."
Yeah.
That was so cute.
Yes.
She's gonna be evil as hell.
Well, talking about Star Wars, May 4th is coming up.
Yep.
May the 4th. Unfortunately, Lucasfilm has almost gutted the franchise.
Yeah.
We all know the woman that did it. But at least we got one decent thing coming out, and that's the Bad Batch.
Oh, I thought you were gonna throw me a bone and say at least there's one good thing that's gonna happen on May the 4th, and that's gonna be Star Wars Jeopardy.
Well, that too. Well, yeah. If you guys don't know already, Vile Mike here. He hosts a bi-weekly Jeopardy-themed show called Jeff Nerdy, where we take all your nerdy subjects and do a quiz show based on them. Like last week, I kicked some serious ass against people in Beast Wars.
Well, folks,
and Germ is also a recent winner, I believe.
I'm going to say this.
Did you win one? Like 80s or 90s? No, Elihu somehow won the 90s.
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't on the 80s, and besides the Mortal Kombat and the 80s one or the 90s one, I don't remember the last time I was actually on the show.
You were on the Beast Wars one.
Yeah, the Beast Wars, Mortal Kombat. So okay, yeah, those three, and I don't think I won any of those.
Yeah, and if any of you guys want to play in the Star Wars one, just send me a message on Twitter. But speaking about that, I'm gonna have to head out to pick up dinner before I go home.
Okay.
Was
thanks
for
nice
dropping
being on
by,
the stream,
Val.
man. Happy birthday.
Yep.
And
oh yeah, shit. It's about that.
if you're not subscribed to his channel and you're watching this, you better be, because he's coming out with a lot of stuff lately.
Yeah, and me and Val here have been doing some kick-ass reviews on Beast Wars, so definitely check those out. We give you some good information about the show, and we bring in a new, even though they're almost 30 years old, they're still really good.
Oh, definitely. But yeah, nice meeting you guys, and again, happy birthday, Ty. I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow on the CNA stream.
Yep.
Val, before you leave, I want to do something with you too. Hold on.
All right.
Hold on.
Awesome.
Nice.
I have a nightstick.
That's your nightlight.
Have a good one, brother.
Yep.
You too, guys.
Later.
There you go. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you, Val
Starfleet,
Mike, for
happy
dropping
birthday.
by.
I'm
Definitely
gonna
check
have
out
to
his
get out
channel
of here
as well.
too.
Pardon?
I'm gonna have
Okay.
to get out of here too.
Okay, take care, Germ. And
I'll see you
definitely,
guys.
you got anything to promote before you head out?
Yeah, tomorrow at 4 p.m. Doing a watch party for the Orville.
Yeah, that's 4 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, 4 p.m. Pacific.
So it's 7
it'll be,
p.m. for Eastern, if you guys want to
yeah.
know.
Season 2, Episode 3.
Yeah. And definitely check him out on Saturday mornings when he plays some classic Saturday morning cartoons.
Nice.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's Darkwing, Clone Wars, Conan the Adventurer, and Transformers Gen 1. Yep.
Nice.
I'll see y'all later.
Take care,
Have a good
man.
one.
Take it easy, Jim.
Yeah. So definitely check out those guys' channels because they put up some amazing stuff. Like Vile Mike with his Vile reviews on Star Trek are hilarious. And Germ, he put the cartoons are just it's a good thing of nostalgia. Like it brings you back to days when stuff was actually good on TV. Even 20, 30-year-old cartoons. Yes.
Touch.
You got the Enterprise there.
I'm touching the Enterprise. I touch it. Touch. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Everyone on board is probably just "Rah!"
Yeah.
Like, ah! What are you doing? I just want to touch it. Stop touching it. Shields up. Ow.
Yes.
Well, they got inertial dampeners. They'll stabilize it whatever they need to.
Who's that gigantic person? Hello.
No, we're just recreating the Who Adores the... You're just recreating the Apollo episode.
Oh, yeah, with the oh, wait, hold on.
Big giant hand. Holographic hand. Exactly. That's all it is.
That's awesome. You're going to have to teach me how to do that for my channel.
Well,
I'm kind of blessed right now. I feel hashtag Trek blessed right now.
Yeah, of course. It's always good stuff.
I just don't want to say the wrong thing because Kirk might shoot me.
Kirk.
So, how you doing there, Piper? Recovered from last night's stream?
Yeah, surprisingly, I did sleep through an alarm though.
Oh. Well, it did get kind of wild near the end.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, if anyone wants to know, that was D. Dodge's birthday stream yesterday when he turned the big 5-0. So
Nice.
not only is it my
that's a
birthday,
big one.
it's so not only mine, but D. Odyssey. So definitely support him. He does a lot of birthday videos, and he's the odd one.
Yeah, a lot of times he seems to be in his birthday suit.
You're out of uniform. No, I'm not. It's my birthday.
But yeah, it was quite wild. It's hard to explain the stuff that happened yesterday. You just have to go watch it if he still has the stream up.
I still love that nobody, except I'm assuming him, because like nobody realized who I was for the first few minutes I was there until he said.
Yeah.
That was freaking great.
That was funny.
Yeah, I think I'm getting tired too, Ty.
Okay, it's all good, man. It is
But
getting late.
I do have a gaming channel. It just goes by K33GZ. I'm sorry, K33GZ82. I play usually stuff on my Xbox on there, and if you want to check out some wrestling this weekend, there's also an Impact pay-per-view on Fight TV.
Yes.
So go and check that out for some wrestling action with Kenny Omega versus Rich Swann in the main event of Rebellion. Yes.
Yep, definitely. And remember, his channel is on Twitch, not YouTube.
Yes. I do have a YouTube, but I just have yet to find a way to utilize everything. Just haven't been really creatively sound just yet with using them, but that'll eventually happen.
Do you have like a Twitter or something that we can contact you to?
Yeah, so it's just Keegan McCusker, my name, but you can contact me at Keegan McCusker on Twitter. Yeah, but it'll also come up as Terrible Tom Jenkins as well.
All right. If you can't put it in the private so I can find you, I'll try to look for you and we'll go from there. I'll rewatch the episode and go from there.
No problem. It's a wonderful time to meet you, Ian, Piper, Mike, and Germ.
Heck yeah.
And hopefully I'll come chat with you guys again.
Cheers.
Sweet.
Okay,
Good
there's
old
someone in
Prosper.
the chat that popped
Nice.
up that I don't know who it is. So I'm wary of putting them up right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, someone popped in the back room and like it says Michael, but there's no image or anything. So I'm kind of wary of putting the person up. So whoever it is, put your information in the private chat. Oh, it's Anti-Trekker.
Nice.
Hello.
Oh, sweet.
Hey, how
I
you
don't
guys
see.
doing?
I don't see your image. I don't see
Yeah,
your.
I don't know what it is. Streamlab's been weird sometimes because it keeps logging me in under my regular just Michael J. Crawford account rather than my Anti-Trekker account. I don't know why it
Yeah,
keeps doing that
that's
because I
why I
never
got
used it.
confused because I knew multiple Michaels. So I'm like, and I just remembered how bad the trolls hit Matthew one time.
Right. No, we just got home from church, and so I saw you were still streaming, so I wanted to drop in real quick and wish you a happy birthday and everything.
Oh, thanks, man. And I hope
sorry I
you're
couldn't
doing
join
well
earlier.
because I hear you're not doing so well. So I wish you the best.
I appreciate it. I'm not gonna lie, it has been rough. However, today I managed to get. I'm working on getting where my desk is. It's really weird looking right now, but I'm actually sitting in a recliner in front of my desk because sitting in the regular upright chair is just getting to be a little too difficult.
Okay.
But of course, a recliner is way too low for a regular desk. Well, I had in storage, and I completely forgot about them. But a couple, those little articulated arms that you can mount monitors to.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I had a couple of those. So from years and years ago. So I put those together, and I have my mouse on one, my keyboard on another, so that I can actually sit at the recliner, have the mouse and keyboard in reach. So that's
that's good.
Yeah, so that's like my whole setup now until hopefully this situation resolves itself one way or another.
Yeah, man. Like I say, I wish you the best. And hope
It's definitely good to hear from you.
I hope you get the best case scenario going.
Me too. Although best case scenario is still not a pleasant process because that would mean a couple of surgeries.
But at least you have a road to recovery that way.
Exactly. Yeah, the whole MS thing, that scares me. I'm not going to lie. So that, if that's really, because if it's that and that's what's causing all the symptoms I'm dealing with, that's definitely not a good thing.
No, definitely not. That's why I wish the best case scenario, even though it's not the best. It's the one that's a better best way to recover.
We'll but I don't want to drag your party down, man.
Don't
How are
worry.
you doing?
I was about to wrap up shortly anyway. It's getting late.
And so, Ian, good to see you again. Nice snazzy uniform there.
Thank you, sir. And Trekker, Michael, is good. Definitely good to hear from you. And honestly, it's really cool to see the people that I've talked to personally. It's like it's coming back. It's like, oh wait, I'm actually doing something. But yeah, sir, please,
it's a tight-knit community we have.
Yeah,
it is, and I'm so glad of it. Is because I'm really a newbie to all this, and it's good to see that we all support each other. And like I said, Michael, I wanted to come correct for the birthday party, so I gotta do what I gotta do.
Very good. I would have worn my uniform, but I'm just don't have any energy.
Yeah, understandable.
That doesn't look right. Let me stop doing that.
Yeah, no, keep going.
No,
you need one for the other side. You just
Piper. I don't have we talked before. I don't know if we've actually ever talked.
I don't, because I know who you are, and I can't remember. Sometimes I've been on some crowded streams, so I'm not sure if we've talked, or if I've just been in the audience listening.
Okay. Well, cool avatar. I know mine is really boring, but nice to meet you. Actually, my regular avatar is really cool. I don't know what is going on with that, but
yeah, it's a good.
I have a good Yitzy.
It's a good Yitzy one.
Nice.
Let me see if I can find it.
Here, I'll go avatar too, weird. Just to be equal. Even though I really should do the other one. Hold on. Let me. While you're looking for yours, Michael, I'll do this. So I'll a little bit here, if no one minds. Oh, good.
Oh, nice, the Joker.
Nice.
I want to wish Commodore Ty a happy birthday.
That is awesome.
And hello, Piper. Hello, Michael. And Trekker. Hello,
there's,
everybody.
There's the good one now.
Hey, Mr. J.
Oh my God, Harley. It's good to
That's
see you
awesome.
again, too. I just want to say to Commodore Ty, happy birthday. Because you know
thank
what?
you.
A Batman won't come here. But at least your favorite neighborhood... Oh, Viking, hello. Hail to you, Viking out of
Hey,
time.
Viking, good to see you on the stream. Haven't seen you before, so it's good to see you.
He is a good man. That is a good man from the time of past. He will give you good stories on how the Norse people actually did. But I'm going to go away and let Ian Saylor have his microphone. Are you sure you're going to let me? I'll let you have it this time. But Ian, don't cross me, because I will tell you right now, if you call me again, it won't be pretty.
That's a good one.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I have my avatar back? Okay, yes. I'm going to go. Bye-bye, Commodore, Michael, Piper. I'm going to leave you now. Bye-bye.
That's really good.
Where's my... Harley, are you coming with me?
Yeah, Puddin'. I'm right here.
All right, let's go. Let's have these commoners and have their fun. Bye-bye.
Love that. You did a great job.
I
Nice.
lived a very lonely life.
That's really good. So I know who I go after if I want a Joker voice.
Well, also, if you want to have the Admiral here, I want to wish you a happy birthday, Commodore. Even though I outrank you, and I'm actually the best ever Admiral in the world. I want to say, as Captain Janeway, well, I'm now the Admiral. I want to get my rank correct. I wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral.
There's one person.
You're not the bestest ever. That belongs to Michael Burnham.
No, Michael Burnham has nothing on me. That's for sure. Listen, we are the bestest ever. Yes, we are. Are we? Yes, we
Cisco is pretty cool, though. Cisco's pretty cool.
are. Where is Cisco? We don't have an avatar for that. Okay, well, make sure Ian has an avatar for it next time. Will do. All right, we're going to leave now. So, sorry. So, wait, who's talking now? I don't know. But in any case, we'll just send it to Kirby. Kirby. Okay, folks, can I have my avatar back? No, you cannot. Okay, you know what? We're going to be cool with you. Okay.
No, you should be saying, make it so.
Yeah, nice.
We will make it so. Do it. All right, Ian, you can have your avatar back. We're going to say goodbye. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Okay, that was awesome.
I think Janeway needs to lay off the cigarettes, maybe.
Oh my God, these people come to my house. I didn't invite them, and they took my avatar. What the hell is that about?
Nice.
That is
Michael,
not
have you seen Mortal Kombat yet?
I like your avatar.
What do you
your
think?
Annie Tracker. That one's the cool one.
You. And that is a dead ringer for what I look like. I know I can't have my camera on right now because it's messed up. But Mortal Kombat, I actually enjoyed it. I thought that now I will say this: the weakest part of the movie was the main character, Cole.
Yeah, yeah. I think a lot of people do think that.
Yeah,
That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah, it's kind of silly that you have a game franchise that has 100 characters, and when you make your movie, you invent a new character to be your lead.
Yeah,
well, at least they did that, and they can do whatever the hell they want with it without getting the fans upset.
Right.
Well, but what they had there with Scorpion and Sub-Zero was so good that should have been the entire film.
Oh, definitely, that should have been.
Yeah, I think this should have just been the Scorpion Sub-Zero origin film, and it would have been just like so freaking awesome.
And then try to figure out a way to bring in the other characters some other way.
Well, or you just like you have it like say like you extend the stuff in ancient Japan to stretch out the lore a little bit. Then you fast forward to the modern day, and we focus in on Scorpion's goal of wiping out the Earthrealm heroes, but we find out that there's some mysterious benefactor helping the Earthrealm heroes, and you have it be Scorpion coming back from hell. and that's kind of, and then Scorpion becomes the leader of the Earthrealm champions by the end as they're getting ready for the tournament.
Okay.
That's how I just keep Cole out of it. You don't need Cole. Or if you're going to have Cole just basically becomes Scorpion instead of having Cole become whatever golden armor boy he was.
Yeah, that was kind of.
I mean, he was the lamest looking Mortal Kombat fighter ever. And
that was kind of like.
Yeah. But I figured they should have just had him become the new Scorpion since he was the legacy of Hanzo.
But I think many more people would have lost their shit if he did. They would have been more pissed off.
Well, then have it. I mean,
oh,
bless you. Or you just follow the lore from the game. You know, you could just do that. You know, that it's not like there's not a ton of lore from Mortal Kombat.
That is true. It's basically a fight and kill game.
Right. But the backstories of these characters is all fleshed out. So honestly, if they were to, who was it that produced this? I'm trying to remember. I mean, I know it's on HBO Max, but I don't necessarily think this one is.
Was it? I think it was called Atomic Monster.
Right, but I'm trying to think who's the distributor.
Lionsgate.
Lionsgate, and who are they a subsidiary of?
I have no idea.
I get these
the JJ somehow.
Oh,
but if they were to hand me the reins to the Mortal Kombat franchise and say, hey, we want to get a whole, we want to get 30 movies out of Mortal Kombat. Easiest franchise to do in the world. You start with your most popular two characters, Scorpion and Sub-Zero. You make the first movie just their backstory. And the movie ends with them having an epic fight. Then we're gonna do a sequel. The sequel is gonna be about Sonya Blade, Jax, and Kano. And then you're gonna do another sequel, and that one's gonna be about pick a couple other popular characters, like Kung Lao, Liu Kang, and Shang Tsung, right? And so you go through and you do like 3 or 4 movies like this. Then you do your first Mortal Kombat franchise film, which is the tournament.
Okay. That sounds about right.
Right. And so you're modeling kind of the Avengers way of doing it, where you're taking a couple of good guys, couple of bad guys and putting them into films. Then you bring everybody into the big tournament film, but you've already gotten to know all these characters.
Okay.
So now you've got characters that you love and you hate. And like, oh, I want to see Sub-Zero go down, or I want to see Kano go down, or whatever. And so then that's how I think you do a Mortal Kombat franchise film.
Yeah,
I think that the same problem they had with the original Mortal Kombat film, even though that one was pure cheesy goodness, I love that film, even though it's a horrible film.
A lot more people preferred the '95 version over this one.
It's but I think that film was just trying to say, yeah, we know it's just a bunch of stupid characters that will come up with contrived reason for them to fight, and then they'll fight in the tournament. Okay, and that's pretty much the entire film.
There was even a comedian back in it was about 2 years later. I can't think of the name, but basically he made a whole stand-up set about Mortal Kombat, and he talked about the soundtrack, the whole Mortal Kombat, and that the song, like it was the whole, like it was definitely a product of his time.
I think we all can agree that Annihilation was crap.
Yes, at least too. At least of this film, you could say it's definitely better than Annihilation. So I don't think anybody's going to argue that one.
And I just want to say hello to Sven for dropping by. Thank you, Sven. The Naked Nordic Ninja.
But I thought it was good. It could have been better. I think that Cole was just kind of there. And if Cole was a better character, then it would have been a much more solid film. But every time Scorpion and or Sub-Zero was on screen, but especially Scorpion, that was gold.
Oh yeah. I didn't care for the Melina character.
Yeah, well, she was kind of two-dimensional. I mean, she was just a mustache twirling villain, basically.
Yeah. Yeah,
honestly, as far
we
as
could have done more with her.
Yeah, on the villain side, the only one that was really developed was Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
The rest were basically glorified. Like I thought the biggest waste of the film, besides the fact that Cole was just a stupid character, was probably Goro.
Okay.
Goro looked cool, but
Oh, yeah,
didn't do
definitely.
anything
Except get killed.
Yeah.
If spoilers alert.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
And not even in the tournament, you know. So it's
Final
like,
thoughts?
really? Yeah, well, yeah, there is no tournament in the movie. And which kind of threw me off. You don't expect to see a movie titled Mortal Kombat without. I mean, the movie's about the tournament, but there's no tournament in the movie.
Well, they kind of do a half-ass tournament. I feel.
How does that work out though? Mortal Kombat. The whole thing of Mortal Kombat is.
That's why
is
people are
having-
mad. If you love the lore of Mortal Kombat, then this movie will make you mad. Because this movie like you remember like in the 1995 film, they made a big deal out of the fact that Shang Tsung, of course, because he's evil and all that, wants to cheat and kill the good fighters before they actually get into the tournament. But then Raiden puts an end to it because it's like you're not allowed to fight outside of the tournament. But in this one, it's like, no, it's pretty much okay. And so Shang Tsung
try to stop it, but then it's like,
Yeah, so Shang Tsung sends Sub-Zero and his goons to kill all of the Earthrealm fighters before the tournament, so Earthrealm forfeits the tournament. That's the whole plot of this movie.
Exactly. Like I get the bad guys cheap, easy, but it's like the good guy's not even trying to stop him or half-assing trying to stop him.
Right. So yeah, Raiden throws up a force field, and that's it.
Okay, it is an interesting plot. I'm not gonna lie. But I guess it's the execution that you're both talking about. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Well, the problem was that I think that like Shang Tsung trying to cheat should have been maybe 15 minutes of the film.
Yeah, not
But
the
it's-
entire freaking
But it was
film.
it was the entire film. And so basically what I would have liked to have seen, aside from the fact that Cole was a stupid character, but let's say you fixed Cole. But then so you establish early on Shang Tsung is trying to cheat. That he's sending his goons out. They get to the mysterious Temple of Raiden, and then they train and go to the tournament. And then they bribe Kano into letting down the shield so they can continue to cheat.
Well, Kano, they should never trust him to begin with.
Right.
He's already a bad guy to begin with.
Sorry,
And then the whole thing with the dragon mark was stupid, and I don't think that's in the games at all. At least not any of the ones that I've played.
Well, they had to figure out a way to identify the people.
Piper, did you
Well,
see the
you just-
movie?
Nope. I have not seen the movie yet.
Yeah.
I'm missing out on a lot of movies that
And I'll tell you, Raiden should have fought because Raiden was awesome looking.
Yeah,
But he
they
did-
did a good job on his character, but he just basically stood there.
Right. He never, because Raiden doesn't break the rules and the gods aren't allowed to participate. And it's like, yeah, but Shang Tsung is doing it. I want to see Raiden fight Shang Tsung.
Oh yeah, we might get that if they do a sequel.
Right.
Right.
If we get the sequel,
Yeah.
which some people think there's not going to because they believe the thing's going to bomb, but I believe if they do a sequel, it's going to be on stream only.
Right.
It's going to be. Stream-
I'd like to see a sequel. Honestly, I thought it was good enough to where I'm interested in seeing more. I was just disappointed that there was no tournament and that Cole was just like, really? This is our main guy? He's like the biggest wuss in all of Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, they all said that.
Yeah. He actually quit. And so I mean this is like, the best badasses of all of these different universes that are supposed to come to this mystical tournament to fight for ultimate domination of the universe. And this guy, no, he straight up quits. He can't handle it. and then after Goro shows up, a giant four-arm monster shows up and tries to kill his family, then he's like, okay, I guess I'll fight.
Yeah,
He was just horrible. He was not a sympathetic character. He just seemed like a loser, really. And I mean, and even like he was a washed out octagon fighter.
Yeah.
And I mean washed out. He was fighting for $200 a night, and he was losing every fight.
He was losing to people that are usually fathered for the big names, or training partners.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
Like I originally thought that they were going to have like Sonya Blade be like the leader, because there were scenes with Sonya, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, with Sonya, I think they did a decent job with her. Like
She was
have her
definitely
as a bit
better
of a
than the
leader.
original Sonya, that's for sure. Because the girl that played I can't remember her name, but the girl that played Sonya in the 1995 film, she so did not know how to fight. This Sonya at least looked like she could fight.
Yeah,
she was a pretty face, but it sucks because you want to, like, the one thing I didn't like about the original Mortal Kombat was the fact that they had Christopher Lambert, and we know Christopher Lambert can actually hold his own, but they basically had him I'm using basically too much. They had him like as a sidebar. It's like and then had lightning in his finger. Like in Mortal Kombat 11, if you've seen it's on YouTube right now. They have the skins for those characters in the game. I don't know if it's like a like something you buy or it's a hack or what have you. We don't condone hacking, by the way.
No,
but they have the skin for Christopher Lambert, that actress, the actor that played Johnny Cage, the actor that played Kang, what have you, from that movie.
Well, at least one other good thing about the movie, they didn't inject politics into it.
That is true. There's
indeed
definitely not a political movie.
Yeah, so one of the few 2021 movies that doesn't give you some agenda. So you got that going for it, at least.
You know what the agenda is? Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should always be the agenda.
Exactly. Have fun.
Yeah, that's what movies are supposed to be.
Yeah. People
and
people making the movies kind of forgetting that sometimes.
Well, I think a big part of the problem is that Hollywood has confused message with agenda.
Yeah,
like it's okay to have a message in your movie, right? That doesn't bother me. Like but if the entire point of the movie is the message, and you're not thinking about a story and a plot and all that, and you're just thinking about how can we make some political point, then it just feels like you're getting preached at.
Yeah, exactly. And no one goes to the movies to get preached at. They get enough of it at work, at home with the family, on the news. They don't go to the movies to get preached.
I don't know about your family, but
I can honestly say,
typical family.
I can say through
Crap, my cord messed
career.
up and I can't hear nobody again.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Piper?
Oh, there we go. My cord messed up and cut off me being able to hear y'all for a second.
Sorry. I can honestly say in trucking, the one thing that is not a thing is politics. Is basically you have your dissenters, to put it nicely. We all look out for each other in certain ways. Maybe not all of us, but okay, I'll put it this way. I'll tell this story. This happened a couple days ago. Now, I'll reiterate this again. I recently started a job for a Fortune 500 trucking company. That's all I'm going to say for right now. When we talk personally, I'll say who it is, and I hope I can say that I'll put it that way. The Fortune 500 company gave me a truck, gave me a way to actually start moving freight back and forth, and what I pull, I can't say either because of safety issues. So I was in New York City, as it were, a couple days ago. I'm driving through, and the area of New York City I was in, it's a 3-lane highway, but it was also clogged with traffic. So we're moving like literally 5 miles an hour. We do start, stops, what have you. We move a couple inches, we stop. Move a couple inches, we stop, what have you. Blah blah blah. This and the third. But within our culture, there's no such thing as politics. It's we look out for our safeties. There's no time to have the quote unquote blue whale. What is it called? Blue whale thinking. Am I right? Or I'm not sure. You know what I mean? It's we. I'm trying to be careful how I say this. We want to make sure that we're all safe. We're not really thinking about identity politics or anything like that. So there are definitely elements of our society, and this is one aspect of society that actually cares about not going that far, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying I hate being vague, but at the same time it's for my safety also.
No, that's understandable.
But honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty damn cool to actually drive a truck. I'm so glad I'm actually in this career.
Well,
cool.
I could see, I wouldn't mind doing that for a living, but now I'm glad I don't, because I wouldn't be able to do that either. So
there is a certain freedom to it. There is for me, I'm by myself. You can work with a team member, what have you, but I'm kind of glad I'm by myself because I get to be with my own thoughts. I get to see all of you guys do your creations, what have you, while I'm driving. Well, not looking at it because obviously
I was going to say, you're watching YouTube
can at
videos
least
while you're
listen
driving
to
an 18-wheeler.
Woo!
I'm worried about it.
But yeah. Oh wow. What did Amtrak Piper? Oh god. What did she say? What did Commodore say? What? Tree. Boom.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No. But you're all in the background when I'm listening to you. I listen to you all, and I'm in the background while you're in the background while I'm driving.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's kind of fun. Just there is a funness to actually being in the trucker realm, as it were. I don't know where I was going with this, but
Yeah, I don't either.
I know, but
yeah.
I guess I was just talking crap right there.
So,
yeah,
who's interested in the Bad Batch coming out?
That's the new Star Wars anime, right?
Yeah, and I just say it because it's not going to be a Kathleen Kennedy Gong show.
Captain Candy Gong show.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh, Kathleen Kennedy. Oh.
Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy Gong show.
Well, honestly, yeah, he's a big fan of Kathleen Kennedy. Don't make him mad.
Yeah.
Where is she? You mentioned her name. What's up? I got you, boys. Girl, what's up? Where? Piper, where is she? Tell me what's going on. Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Anyway, honestly, I don't get into the Star Wars animated shows as much.
Understandable.
So I know that if I was a big fan of the Clone Wars, I'd probably be really excited. As it is, I'm more excited about Book of Fett.
Oh yeah, the Book of Fett, that looks good.
Yeah, and the Ahsoka show, and of course Mando 3 and all that. If Mandalorian,
all the stuff that's going on with the Mandalorian behind the scenes.
I don't even trip on that. I'll be honest with you, because people are going to say stuff no matter what, and so I am definitely, I know that there are people that are all freaking out about one thing or another, or they're trying to say, oh, this is in chaos, or this is horrible, or what. You know what? what I care about is what is the show going to be like? Is the show going to be any good? And Gina Carano's political differences with the Disney Corporation aside, Jon Favreau did a great job with the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, and I don't see why he wouldn't do a great job with season 3, regardless of whether Cara Dune is in it or not. And so,
for all we know, like I know the news has come out that he was going to use that character a lot more, but before
and it probably wasn't his call on that.
But who knows how much they would have used her if she was there. Right. How much would she have used before all the news came out? It's like, oh, Jon Favreau wanted to use her for this, and this, and this. It's like she could have been a character that could have been her done. She's off doing her Republican duties or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem is that, and look, I know I love the character Cara Dune, and I thought Gina Carano really brought it to the table, which I said from day one when she first showed up. And in fact, I remember, like I said something to the effect when I first saw that episode of Mandalorian season 1, is that is how you do a badass fighting woman. You cast someone who is a badass fighting woman, right?
Yeah,
that's how you do it.
Yes, Gina Carano was a she was an
MMA fighter before.
MMA fighter until she faced Chris Cyborg, the she-male, the one that does so many drugs you don't know what the hell's happening with her. Before that fight, she was undefeated in the octagon in her league of in her division.
Well, but so I think she brought it to the table, absolutely, but. And I think part of it might just be because she's from a fighter background, not an actor background. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. If you're an actor, you don't go out and say stupid things on Twitter. And granted, whether you agree with the sentiment or not, if you're going to start comparing a modern day political group to the victims of the Germans from the 1940s, that's a bad call no matter what.
Yeah, but you have others do that and they still have
I know, but that's the political attitude of Hollywood, and it's not fair and it's not right, but it is the real world,
unfortunately.
And so while I don't like what happened, I'm also not going to sit there and start protesting about Disney, because if I was going to get worked up about the political attitudes of a company that produces films, I would never see another film again.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Because you wouldn't be able to watch anything from Hollywood.
Right. I mean, I could only subscribe to like Pure Flix, which is and watch really bad Jesus movies, which I don't want to do. I want to watch good films. And
they haven't really been doing that lately either.
Well, I think there's good stuff out there. It's just that the problem is that what gets all the attention
is the bad stuff.
Yeah, and so that's just unfortunately, and where we have to be careful, and not speaking of, when I say we, I don't mean the three of you specifically, but I mean we as an internet community. We have to be careful to praise what things are good, and when we're angry about something, to be real about it, to not because here's what I've seen, and I can kind of it's a razor's edge that some of these people are walking on, is that Star Wars: The Last Jedi, horrifically bad film.
Oh God, that was
right.
Yes.
Ugh.
I don't know too many people that would genuinely try to defend that film.
Very few.
Right. Same thing with Star Trek Discovery, right? Very few people defending it, as far as you're basically, unless you really are sold out on what the agenda is behind those films, there's very little to grasp onto. And that's the problem, is that both Last Jedi and Star Trek Discovery are so pushed by the agenda that there's not anything good underneath that. But what we kind of forget sometimes is a lot of films that we think are classic films have that same agenda. It's just that it's got a good story attached to it. How many times in classic films that you love, have there been the big evil conservative corporation, the
Oh.
big evil
RoboCop.
military complex, the big evil, all that stuff is, none of this is new.
You
The
have that
woman
in
being
the
the
original-
smartest guy in the film, right?
You have that in the first Iron Man.
RoboCop is a good example too.
What's that?
RoboCop is a good example too.
Oh yeah.
Corporations involved in law
RoboCop,
enforcement
omni-consumer
and-
products, you know?
Die Hard.
Yes.
Oh, it's it's the most common thing in the world. So what happens now is that too many of us online, we start only focusing on those aspects, and so we say movie is bad because, and throw in the agenda point, right? But we're not actually looking at the film to see if it's any good or not. We're just focusing in on the agenda stuff. And so we got to be careful of that sometimes, because like I know that there are some people that got really pissed off about Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Oh yeah.
And
Yep.
I didn't. I thought it was good. I thought it was a solid show. And
enjoyed
honestly, I think that they dealt with racism pretty well in that show compared to, like, believe me, if this was an agenda show like people keep thinking it is, then every white guy would have been bad and every black person would have been noble. And it's like, I like the fact that in the end, you have Sam standing there saying, yeah, I get it. You know, people are looking at me, a black guy wearing the stars and stripes, and that's kind of jacked up to them. And Isaiah, who was a super soldier, was one of those people. He was like saying, no self-respecting black man should ever be Captain America. And Sam was proving him wrong. Right. It was a little more nuanced than you would expect to get from Hollywood. And I like that.
Yes. And that's what we're talking about, Viking Timeout, because he says the exact same thing. We liked those movies because they had stories were well written, compelling characters, and the politics of it ran down your throat.
Right.
But they still had those messages. That's what we're saying.
But think about this, and this is where I get a little worked up about some of this stuff. And I know, some people think, obviously, you guys know, I can't, Last Jedi, worst film of this century, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And Star Trek Discovery, absolutely the bottom of the barrel as far as the Trek franchise as a whole, and one of the worst shows I've ever watched, even though I'm a lifelong Trekkie.
Yeah.
I will,
even though I have there are characters in that show I like.
Right. So Michael Burnham and the agenda ruined that show.
Yeah.
I will say this though, they do have great equipment.
Oh yeah, some of this. Well, that's the thing. You can't argue. Like even Last Jedi. Last Jedi has some of the most beautiful special effects and sci-fi cinematography I've ever seen.
Yeah, they had a good concept with
I like that version of the phaser. I like their communicator. The only thing, the only tech I really don't like on Discovery is honestly the Discovery herself.
Oh, the pizza cutter in space.
Yeah. But most of the gear I don't have a problem with. The uniforms could be better, but
they seem to improve them for season 4.
Yeah,
they look decent in season 4 from what we've seen so far.
Now,
but here's the Gestapo like ones.
My thing is
imperial ones.
Okay, so you see the two phasers here.
Yeah,
this here could have been the predecessor for this here, and then going to the this to the dolphin in the movies. So I'm not a fan. I just like collect things, but but yeah, just even
that doesn't look. That looks more advanced than the TOS phase. That looks more like it belongs somewhere in between the second movie and the 6th movie.
Exactly, but also if you really think about it, the T55. I think I'm wrong on it's T blah blah blah, but in Enterprise the Enterprise phase pistol that they had, this would be the next generation up. Now, when I saw the first episode of Discovery, when they're actually going to the ship, what have you,
they mentioned phase cannons.
Exactly, and then we had the blue uniforms. I thought, oh wow, so like it kind of jarred me when I was watching further episodes in the season 1 and season 2, when they had the when Burnham was shown in the initial episode when she was in the full blue uniform and they showed everybody in the blues, I thought it was the next extension of Enterprise,
Good.
of Scott
Okay.
Bakula's Enterprise.
Yeah.
So
But the
I was
problem
like,
is-
Which I think would have
they're
been a better
actually-
choice.
But for me, at least, it seemed like it was a natural conclusion. So they went from jumpsuits to something more tighter. So going tighter and more formed. Oh yeah, I forgot
Yeah, but
about that.
we knew
Yeah,
what they
Cage
were using at that time era. We knew that this was the weapon that they were using, not the ones that we
Right,
see in
that's what they
Discovery.
should have had. And so, yeah, that's why I think that the time period for Discovery was a mistake. I think that setting it probably instead of 11 years prior to the original series, if they had set it, say, 50 years prior, so that it was like halfway in between Enterprise and the original series, and then that would have been a much better pick. For the look they were going,
or it should have been
except
after
the
Voyager,
hologram.
or it could have been after Voyager.
Yeah, they could have done post Voyager as well, but honestly, I think that and the funny thing is that with the exception of holograms being everywhere, the tech really isn't as good as Voyager level tech, even though
But
it
they did
looks
use it,
sleeker.
but it does fit that era because if you look at the redesign of the Zhang Ha bridge that Riker was on for the end of Picard, that was just a redress of Discovery's bridge.
Well, sure, but that's because unfortunately in this where it's and I don't know if this is a secret hideout thing, if it's an Alex Kurtzman thing, I don't know, but it's like everything they do looks the same.
Yeah, but it fit more in that era. Like no one complains about that bridge, the way the bridge looked then, but they do with the Discovery bridge because it's like it doesn't. So that's why I say I feel like Discovery should have been post Nemesis or post.
I don't. I think technology. Well, first of all, I think the tech level should have been completely revamped. It was way too advanced, and no bridge should be as big as the Discovery bridge was. It was just stupid.
It was bigger than the Galaxy class bridge, and that was a big bridge.
I will say this though, and one of the few things I saw in because I've seen clippets and obviously trailers for season 3. I have not seen season 3, and I do have it. This is another story. I do have an issue with the Vulcan test of engagement, or whatever they called it, basically argument. In the one episode of season 3,
the worst episode possible. It was Unification 3. They just slapped it on to get Trek fans to watch it.
Yeah, because they think we're dumb. But that's their story. I will say this: I've been I've been watching Deep Space Nine for the first time. There are a few episodes I have watched, but I'm watching the series full for the first time. So that's my 23 weeks of Star Trek because I'm not giving any more money. I had CBS All Access, Paramount Plus, whatever you want to call it, but I'm not giving any more money.
Well, we're going to get probably another 23 weeks come August this year.
Dear Lord. In any case, I'll to my point, and I'll give it back to the panel. There is the episode where Jake Sisko and Ben they were on the Defiant, and Ben got shot with a energy.
The Visitor.
Yeah, yes, thank you. That's the episode where he was going back and forth through time, and he was like, "Jake, what's happened? Do you have kids? Talk to me. I love you." This and the third. Another sidebar. I'll go into that in a second too. But the one scene that they had on the Defiant, where they actually got the Defiant back to Deep Space Nine, back to the wormhole, where Bashir said, "I don't understand how he actually dealt with 2D panels."
The 2D panels and controls.
Exactly. So that one offhand comment and that one offhand line could have actually been a build for the newer seasons. And I'll give Discovery Season 3 that because they upgraded the Discovery to actually have 3D panels in a way where.
But the
if
problem
I'm
was that
correct-
was the 24th, 25th century. And we see it in Picard at the end of the 24th century that, yes, they do have 3D controls.
correct. So
They're just
they at least-
holographic instead of programmable matter now.
Yeah.
this is the thing. I'm not sure if it's an accident or if like it's OC or it actually looked into the lore. Now the other thing is too, going back to the whole Cisco thing is I did love the fact that I'm actually seeing it now for the first time. Is this Cisco? He's becoming my favorite captain now because now my captains are Janeway and Archer, but Cisco's coming up there because he had to deal with not just the death of his wife, being a single father, and notice I had not talked about color, but being a single father with a dead wife, having to fight a war on the edge of the Federation. That's what's up.
I'm surprised Kirk's not on your list.
Kirk, okay. I'm going by my own time because Kirk was my man, and also okay, I'll put it to you this way, folks. I'll do it this way. We met Kirk.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, this is before the of 2020.
Yeah.
And Kirk's my man too. I'm telling you, but he's a cool dude. When I met him, he was like, I came up to him and was like, "Can I shake your hand?" He's like, "Would you like to do a fist bump?" And just his coolness screwed me over because if you see the 3 pictures, I want to do the fist bump. The second picture is me like, "What do I do?" And then third picture is like, "Just enjoy the moment." So I enjoyed the moment. And this is not the first time I met him. I actually cooked for him and Lizzie Wagner. They were doing a paintball tournament. So I actually made food for him and I actually met him. So I'm a 2-timer. I'm a 2-timer of Bill Shatner, the captain of the Airways, the man I am from Montreal, Canada, captain of the wait for it, Enterprise.
Love it.
We do love it, Commodore Michael Piper. We love everything that's there. What's here? Spock, talk to me. What do I say? I just want to make sure you all know
what was happening.
What's going on?
Oh man, it's great.
I love voice
acting.
There's
nothing quite like hearing William Shatner give a William Shatnerism live, though.
Yeah, of course, nothing beats that.
Well, I'll tell you because you were talking about when you met him. When I met him at Comic-Con in Nashville, I was so nervous because here this is just a few years ago. I don't get starstruck. I've met plenty of celebrities in my day, and in fact, because when I worked for Comcast in California, I spent half a day with Huey Lewis trying to fix his stupid cable problem.
Nice.
And
you met
he was a really nice guy about it.
Oh my God, you're the man.
It was so funny because Huey Lewis, the whole time, I didn't make a big deal out of who he was. I saw Huey Lewis on the work order. I'm like, no. And then when I get there, it's actually him. I was like, oh, cool. But he was having trouble with his internet, and he couldn't figure out what was wrong. And I was like, well, where's the cable outlet? It was behind his stereo. Now, we're talking about Huey Lewis. The stereo was a rack system that went from floor to ceiling, built into a wall. And I was like, well, we got to tear this thing down. And so he and I canceled all the rest of my jobs for that day. I had other techs take them. And he and I together broke down this $100,000 stereo unit so we could get behind it to the cable outlet. And sitting there on the floor was a Radio Shack splitter. And I said, Mr. Lewis, you are an idiot. You went and bought a 35-cent splitter to put onto your $500 cable modem. And so
wow.
he goes, well, how much are you going to charge me to put a splitter on there? I said, I'm not going to charge you for the splitter, but you're going to pay $50 for me to tell you what I just told you. And he had a good nature about it. But when I was finished up, I had him sign the work order. and I say, well, you have a great day, Mr. Lewis. And I think he felt bad that I didn't say anything about his music, because he's, celebrities are used to, fans saying something. And he said, well, I'm actually a musician. I said, oh, I know exactly who you are, Mr. Lewis. I thought Sports was a great album, but I wasn't here to pine about your music. I was here to fix your cable. And he goes, man, I like you. So I was like,
wow. Yeah. It really does come down. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
No, that's good. But yeah, I don't generally get starstruck about when I'm around celebrities. But William Shatner, that's different. Childhood idol,
Yes.
And so I was absolutely I was so nervous waiting in line. So we're in line for the autograph section, not the picture taking, and there's literally the line is thousands of people long. Not everybody's going to get an autograph. And that's why I paid the extra bucks to be on the VIP list, so that I was in the first couple hundred people, so that I knew I would get a shot at it.
Yeah.
And
they're usually huge.
Yeah. Everybody was there for him. And so so when I was probably about 40th or 50th in line, and so once he actually started signing, and I was kind of watching, and each person spent just a couple of seconds there at the table with him, because basically what they did was you talked to one of his handlers, you told him what your name was, they wrote it on a Post-it note, stuck it on the picture, so that he could then sign to whoever.
Shatner. They kind of do that up here in Canada, on some of the Comic-Con, the busier ones.
So that way he doesn't. Yeah, they said, don't bother him. He's got a lot to do. He's got a lot of people in line. And so but people would just say something. Oh, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here. Stuff like that. And I was like, I want to say something nice to him.
I got tongue tied when I saw him.
I was like, I want to say something nice to him, but I don't know what to say. And so when I finally got up there and it was my turn. And he starts writing, on the page as I'm talking, because he's just he's on autopilot. And I just want to say, Mr. Shatner, I know you don't have time to talk or anything, but I just want to say thank you for all the work you've done. You've inspired me and everybody else here.
Yeah.
And he stopped after he finished signing, and he looked up at me, and then he leaned over and looked at the line, and thousands of people in line. And he looks back at me and just stared at me for a second. And then it's almost like William Shatner doing a William Shatner impersonation. Yeah. He looked at me and he goes, what? I've got all the time in the world. What do you want to talk about? And I was blown away. I was like, what?
Yeah,
really? So I sat there and talked to him for 2 or 3 minutes, but I didn't want to, I didn't want to piss everybody off. So, but I talked to him for just a couple of minutes, and I just, I told him that, hey, I was born during the second season. I've been watching Star Trek. I told him about the fact my mom was part of the letter writing campaign to get a third season. She was a big fan.
Nice.
I watched it when I was an infant, and I watched it as far back as I can remember. The only memory I have from when I was very, very little was Star Trek and the day the first man walked on the moon.
Yeah. Oh, I had a very similar experience with Shatner. It was at the Toronto Fan Expo, which is possibly the biggest Comic-Con up here in Canada. And he's there. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to say hello, get him to sign the poster, and move along, which was the Search for Spock poster.
Mm-hmm.
Because both him and Christopher Lloyd were there.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
So I lined up. I'm like, hello, good to meet you. Big fan, blah, 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 blah. The normal fan stuff. And I'm like, he signs it. He's like, you want anything else written on there? I'm here for you. That's why I'm here. So I'm like, could you write Klingon bastards down on it? And he did it. And in huge writing across the poster, it says Klingon bastard.
Nice.
I will say this about Shatner is it okay. There was a young lady in front of me who was in a red shirt skirt, basically. So the horror style red shirt skirt. She like it was head to toe authentic.
Yeah.
I was like. I kind of got a little pissed off because I wish I was in my uniform, but I didn't have this uniform that I'm in right now at the time. And I'm building my like I said before, I'm building my TOS uniform. But she was in front of me and she was like she had to been roughly around my age too. Like okay, so again I'm gonna say it again, I'm 39. I will be 39 this year. So she had to have been at least 29 to 33.
Ooh.
But yeah, but there are fans out there. And when she went up to
Yeah, me being one of them.
she went to Bill and he was very accommodating to her. He was very respectful, what have you, and I watched the situation as I was sanitizing myself because this is pre
Of
before
course.
everything went down. But there was still a respect of we had to sanitize this, that, and the third. And
Yep.
that's another story.
Common sense.
Yeah. We don't want to get the captain sick. That's all I'm going to say. He was very, for someone, how do I put this? He understands his wheelhouse. He understands who he is and what he's done. And he's knows where he is in pop culture and society, which is actually really cool to see someone that is a creator, an actor, what have you, a director, what have you, to know he's not just relevant still after how many years? We're in 2021. This man started acting even before the Twilight Zone episode. Now, where I used to live in Binghamton, New York, where Rod Sterling is from. He was born in Syracuse, but moved down to Binghamton, New York. And Binghamton, New York, especially, has I want to say it that way, has a love for Rod Sterling. Now, one of the episodes was the one on the plane where he was the pastor, and he's like, stewardess, there's someone on the plane. There's someone on the plane. Tearing up the wing. and it went from there. But to see him in action, not just her, but the people before me, before I actually went up, he has such a command. Yeah, the captain has command. Of course he does. He has a command of even just have a meet and greet. It's so amazing. And maybe this is fanboying, maybe it is, whatever. But to see someone show that respect to people that actually want to see him, it's really amazing because we don't get that anymore. We don't get the respect of we appreciate your work. I thank you for appreciating your work, my work, and I want to see you. And just be cool. Don't overboard, but just be cool. We don't see that anymore. And seeing Shatner actually do that was in real time was actually a really good thing.
Well,
That's cool.
I have a theory about Shatner, and this is just my own personal opinion. Just thinking about the history of him, because I know I'm the old man on the panel, but when I was younger, before we had these things called like Star Trek movies and stuff, you know, when Star Trek was just 79 episodes of a really cool TV show. Shatner had quite the reputation of being a dick.
Yeah.
Right? He was just known for being a horrible person.
But he was
Everybody hated him. Yeah, everybody hated him. And then I met the guy, and it's like, what? You know, that he's the total opposite, and which never really clicked. It didn't make any sense to me, but then it kind of does, because, well, have you seen him on Twitter at all in the last few years?
Yeah,
that's why I
he's-
like him even more
well,
than I did.
but that's because of the fact that he knows. I mean, his career, as Mr. Adventure in Star Trek 3 said, his career is winding down. The man is 90 years old. He's not like worried about getting gigs anymore.
Yeah.
And so he's basically just expressing his true feelings about stuff. And it's pissing off a lot of SJWs and stuff. But I think that the fact that he probably has always had that attitude, it's just that we never saw it because he's also a professional, because he knows, unlike Gina Carano, you're not going to say something like that in public when you want to get another job.
Yeah.
Bingo.
And so I think that is why he had the reputation. It had nothing to do with his actual, his actual attitude as much as the fact that he had a political stance that everybody else hated.
I'm just gonna say hello. Take care, Viking out of time. Glad you dropped by, and
Aw.
don't be a stranger. Come by anytime.
No, be
I
a
was really
stranger.
hoping you would join in.
That just means you're
Viking,
strange, right?
My bro. That's my man right there. He taught me a lot about Norse culture. I'll put it that way.
Oh, cool. We got another Norris guy, Sven. He's doing some good stuff.
I am Oli, your Sven.
It's Sven, the naked ninja. Nork naked ninja. Naked Nork ninja.
Oh my.
But yeah, I talked to the guy a lot in LD's back room.
Wait, someone's in the back room, you said?
No, not ours.
No, he used to talk to him in LDG's room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I talk to him all the time. He comes in there all the time.
So, is LD still mad about the whole Mephisto thing?
Oh yeah, we can't even say it on his channel anymore.
So I got to remember to make sure I talk about Mephisto the next time I see him. Then.
Oh, are we talking about WandaVision now?
Oh yeah, you just made me think of it.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
did anybody see the he-she of WandaVision?
The he-she?
There's a he-she episode. He-she, is it he-she or his-she?
How it should have ended.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, I saw.
Yes. They did a WandaVision episode a couple days ago, and me and the missus, we watched it, and it was dead on all the questions that we had, and I'm like, really? Yeah. Like, oh, really? Yeah. I'm like, if
She has
you
the
watch
moving
it,
hex.
yeah, it was like even like
I like that. I like that Mephisto shows up there. That was funny.
yeah, and with the kids and everything.
I immediately thought of LDG when I saw that. I was like,
Everyone did. Everyone did. People were sending him that video. It's like, dude, watch this.
I will say this: the one kid, is it Tommy or Billy? The one kid, not the long hair kid, the other one. That's Billy, right? I think.
They both look very similar to me, so I can't.
I just call him child number 1 and child number 2.
Yeah,
I think it's child number 2. The short haired one. He had his eyebrows up. I guess it's natural. He could actually play a Vulcan down the road, so he may have a Star Trek career coming. And mark my words,
if Star
today,
Trek's still around, then
that is true. But if that happens, Commodore Michael Piper, and for myself, we get to clip this, and I'm going to say right now, that kid, whoever the actor is going to be a Vulcan in Star Trek, if it actually holds down the road. And if I'm right, nailed
we'll
it.
clip this and we'll use it.
Exactly.
Except then you're going to find out that he's actually a Romulan, then everybody's going to give me all the credit.
There you go. So, hey, there you go. It is what it is.
Yes, and I'll clip those.
But now, and I don't think that Trek is dead yet. Just to make that clear, because even though Discovery is an abomination and an insult to the franchise,
insult to intelligence.
I think that I'll say that Picard was meh, but it wasn't. It wasn't.
They
at
had
that
too
level.
many freaking showrunners.
Well, yeah, Picard had a clear loss of direction. About 2/3 of the way through the season, they completely forgot what they were doing. And
say I don't have direction.
I think that what happened was it was almost like someone was writing a script, and it was a 100-page script. They got to page 75, had a stroke, and just pushed on.
It was neuromatic syndrome. We had to write the script, and I kind of clocked out. I'm sorry, Michael. I tried to actually make the best show I could. Number one, make it so.
Number one, give me a number two. I'm sorry. So while Picard I didn't find to be like offensive like Discovery, it was just kind of it just unfortunately devolved into a bit of a mess. Now Lower Decks I thought was actually kind of fun, right? I think that Lower Decks had its charming moment. I mean, I'm sorry, but Riker on the Titan was freaking gold. I would love to see a series of just Riker on the Titan.
And you know what? It even sounded like we saw Riker in Picard, and we heard Riker in
was him.
Discovery. Yes.
Yeah.
We saw Riker in 2 of the 3 new Treks.
Yeah,
and just the way
he was fun.
But also the way he did Lower Decks, he felt like he was enjoying himself more. Like he had more oomph in his voice.
Right. I'll never forget when I was just watching those guys on the original Enterprise. It was a long road getting from there to here. I was just like busted up because.
Now this is the thing too. I sent a super chat to a midnight. Midnight
said
Connors. With Mead, he did a stream. I sent a super chat out when I was on one of my runs. Of course, I stopped, sent the super chat. It was on my break. I'm not trying to say I did it in the middle of me driving because that would be kind of wrong. I'm trying to say that right now just to cover my own.
He's winking at the camera as he says that. Yeah, go ahead.
But one of the episodes the episode I sent, Script Doctor was on there, and he mentioned that there may have been activity. Now, I'm not wrong on this. If I'm going forward on this, whoever watches, I do apologize, but I'm just explaining what I saw in the interview and saw on the stream. But there was a point where they were filming Picard. They had to use the Discovery, and it's apparent too. They had to use the Discovery set, change it up.
Yeah. I mentioned that earlier.
And it was done in February at that time. So they had actually reused the Discovery sets in order to make Picard.
Yep.
But just seeing Jonathan Frakes become, again, one more time, Riker, it was so awesome, but at the same time, just having the backdrop of what the episode was and what it was disheartening because it's one of those things where you see something and you have flashes of like
what could have been
greatness.
Yeah, and that's what Picard was. You had flashes of something that, hey, I can get into the series, and then
you know what I would pay real money for. I mean, like CBS could double the cost of their service, and I would still gladly pay it. Is if you made a series, a live action series, just called Star Trek Titan, starring Jonathan Frakes as Captain Riker on the Titan, and I can't remember the actor's name, but the guy that does the voice of Boimler on. Yeah, because if he's the guy that plays the nerdy character in that Amazon superhero show, he looks like Boimler, and he sounds like Boimler. You could absolutely make a show with Jonathan Frakes and him as their characters from Lower Decks. and it would work.
Even better, if you're a Star Trek Online fanatic or player like I am, the characters of Lower Decks are actually duty officers.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I do have them for 3 of my Avatar characters. I do have, like, full disclosure, I do have a TOS, a TNG, a movie, the movie ones from Kirk. I have the uniform I'm wearing. I do have Voyager. I even have Discovery ones, season 1 and 2 characters. I have everything. So I don't discriminate, but I just want a good flippant story.
Right.
That's all.
So what my point there though is okay. So the first 3 Star Trek shows, in order of release, by the way, interestingly enough, were disastrous, and not bad. That's kind of how I see those 3 shows. Now, I'm genuinely hoping that Strange New Worlds is a great show. You know, I know that a lot of people have already written it off because but
it's Akiva Goldsmith.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't care about. I'm not going to get into the politics of the people behind it because guess what? Actors, producers, they lie. Do you know how to know they're lying? Because they're talking. You know, they're saying whatever they were paid to say. You know, does anybody remember James Cameron saying how Terminator Genesis was the best Terminator film ever? And people bought it?
Right?
You know?
What do you say? I don't remember.
Yeah, it was James Cameron himself.
He sold the movie.
Right. And so they're like, oh, yeah, finally, Terminator. This is the real sequel to Terminator 2. Yeah, the franchise is back. And it's like, that was whatever. You know, somebody obviously just paid him to say that. And that's how Hollywood works. And so I don't care about what the people say behind the scenes because 99% of the time it's all BS. But the thing that I think is interesting is that notice when they first did that very first teaser trailer, it was, you know, during the pandemic, and they basically just said that this was going to be a bright and optimistic Trek. And the reason they were saying that is because what was everybody saying about Trek at that point? It's bleak and dark and we hate it.
Right.
Well, they said that about season 2 of Discovery.
Before we continue, may I smoke on your channel?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't care.
I'm a visitor, so you don't. Go ahead.
But
I gotta go, y'all. I'm so sorry.
Okay, take care.
It was a lot of fun. Happy
Star.
birthday and cool
Thank
hanging
you.
out with you, Andy Trekker.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll
And
see you
bye-bye,
tomorrow
Ian.
on Stars.
Hyper.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I sent you that penguin cartoon that I told you about. I finally remembered to send it. It's the episode that I'm in. All right, bye.
So yeah, this young lady, you're gonna see her soon. Hey, I'm glad we spoke, and we're gonna be speaking in the future, correct?
I was about to say I hadn't hit the X yet. You already talked about me behind my back.
You know, behind your back is technically in front of you.
Well, yeah, that's because I hadn't hit the X yet. I was like, hold on, slow your roll. I'm still here. Bye.
Yeah, you'll be seeing.
I love her. She's awesome.
Yeah. If you want to see
things behind people's backs.
So you're going on about.
Oh, so I mean, looking at, because I've heard that, and again, I haven't seen any pictures. I don't know if they've released anything, but they said they were redesigning the uniforms to be more like the TOS uniforms. They're getting rid of the stupid collar thing. You know, and if that's true, it sounds to me like, because keep in mind that Strange New Worlds will be the first Trek show produced after the Viacom merger.
Right.
Yes.
And so I think this will be telling as to the attitude of Viacom versus CBS.
And also they said they're changing the sets a bit to make them look more like the
TOS.
original.
And so if that's the, and I'm actually okay with the sets as they were in.
They were a nice redesign, a nice
Yeah.
update redesign.
I know that. Yeah, I know people get worked up over the visuals. The problem is that the visuals wouldn't have pissed me off if the storytelling was good in Discovery.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the problem, is that we start to like, okay, Michael Burnham marries Sue. That's problem number one. Story is boring. Problem number two. Vulcan, hello. Okay, now they're crapping on the lore. Why does everything look so advanced? Why are there holograms everywhere? Why is there a Gorn in the? And all of a sudden, you're just looking at every little thing. That
Why are there
honestly,
triples?
Yeah. If it started out and Michael Burnham was an awesome character and the Vulcan Hello was an awesome episode and we were really getting into it, if they showed a Gorn skeleton in Lorca's closet, we would have just laughed it off as another piece of Trek continuity, right? Because it's not like that hasn't happened a million times in Trek before.
Yeah.
But the fact that everything about the show was just grating to the longtime fans.
Yeah, you got a flying pizza cutter called a ship. There's a reason why that design was passed on back in 1970, whatever.
It could have actually been an inside joke with all of us Trek fans, the fact of, there are certain aspects of continuity that get screwed up here and there, and we could have been like, get it, okay, move on. But the fact that what we saw was, okay, like I said previously, when the first episode came up, with the uniforms and the weapons, the phasers and what have you, it looked like with those two aspects, it would be a continuity progression with Enterprise because they had the blue jumpsuits. So it would be natural that they would go into the tighter blues, as it were.
But we knew what was going on in that era because of the cage and the menagerie, part 1 and 2.
Exactly. So that's the other thing.
And that was actually, the cage takes place 3 years before the first episode of Discovery.
And
we also know it from the second pilot of TOS, Where No Man Has Gone Before. Right. So we knew what it looked like in that era. We are not pulling it out of our ass. We knew what to expect from that era, and because they plopped it down in that era, and doing what they did, it's like if they were going to do, like Anti-Trekker said, if they were going to do it like a prequel, do it 50 years after Enterprise. No one would have shit, and the uniforms would have made sense because here's progression.
Here's the dumbest thing about it: if they wanted to make which obviously they did based on season 1 of Discovery, if they wanted to make a war show, why not do the Romulan War?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's part of lore already. That would have been great.
From my understanding, there was from what I read and what I saw, season 5, if it actually came to fruition, the season 5 arc of Enterprise would have been a couple things. First off, the Romulan Federation Civil War, as it were. Also, T'Pol would have found out she was half Romulan. Also, if you read the books, or I didn't read the books, but I know synopsis of the books because Trip, when he died, somehow he was saved and actually reanimated, what have you, and he became a temporal agent. But what happened was after he did the duty for the Federation with the temporal agent, he was sent back to his time and lived with T'Pol, and they lived happily ever after. So it would actually have been a good thing to see those things, or even a glimpse of the books, be like, "Hey, T'Pol, it's me. It's Trip."
Because when they introduced Spock, who was half Vulcan, half human, no one really cared much about it because they treated Spock as Vulcan. It wasn't a big thing that Spock was a half-breed. So they're probably already used to having Vulcan-human hybrids.
Right. But
So having Trip and T'Pol have a kid wouldn't have been a shock to any. Could have been the first interracial couple, or
it wouldn't.
Well,
be
yeah,
a
I think with Trip and T'Pol, I mean, because I think that was kind of established that they were going to be the first human Vulcan coupling.
yeah,
right.
So because when with Spock and his parents, it was like just a whatever.
Yeah. Although I still think that, you know, one of the best lines in the original series was, "It seemed like the logical thing to do at the time."
Yeah.
it definitely
And
looked like
also in the mythical season 5 of Enterprise, we would have got the NX refit, which would have signified the secondary hull.
right. Yes.
Which would have, if you follow Beta Canon or whatever, which would have turned into the Columbia class.
But this is the thing too. The XO2 would have disappeared into that realm where they went to like a wormhole and everybody died. So
Well,
that
they
would
would
have
have.
stuck for Ramirez.
Well, then they would have actually made some canon, like a canon ending to the NX02 Columbia. They wouldn't have, because right now all we have is non-canon, ending to Columbia. Same with the NCC, the Enterprise B. We have non-canon ending of that ship.
And you see, I don't like the fact that Columbia went into that wormhole into the Bay Cannon, because Seth MacFarlane's on there, we wouldn't have Orville. So, you know, we would that would kind of suck. So we can't have the Captain Orville go through the wormhole as the engineer. Sorry, folks.
They would just, but like I say, we would have got, okay, this is what happened to the Columbia instead of what one person thinks happened to the Columbia.
Right.
Well, and that's, you know, there was so much potential there, and I think that, like, what Discovery, I think here's where I really would have liked to have seen Discovery go, is that set Discovery about 15, 20 years after the end of Enterprise. You then and you have it like at the beginning of the Romulan War, and then you can have occasional guest spots by people like Scott Bakula as Admiral Archer at Starfleet Command, trying to deal with the tactics of the Romulans and stuff. So it would be real, you know, and since if you had to take 15 years later, then their ages would be correct, so you wouldn't have to worry about the age of the actors not fitting the roles. And so any Enterprise actors that wanted to could come on and do guest spots. You could have Malcolm Reed be chief of Starfleet security, you know, and just all these interesting things that you could do with it. Where they could be guest stars that would be, I'm sorry, more interesting than recasting Spock and Sarek.
Well, at least Ethan Peck did a good job.
Oh, I'm not saying I actually like
Ethan.
I liked Ethan Peck's rendition of Spock. Actually, the only time I really didn't like Ethan Peck as Spock, well, yeah, it was the apology tour at the end was stupid, but really the only thing that really grated me was Modern Major General in the short. That was just like, what the heck?
Oh
is that?
God, that.
Yeah.
Well,
the short tricks were horrible.
Even
because
that
one, and also the Trouble Edward. Like I made, seriously.
All the short treks are just
seriously.
The Trouble with Edward is probably by far the worst thing Trek has ever done.
I don't know. I mean, Runaway was pretty bad. Tilly is a straight up traitor in Runaway.
Yeah. At least okay, but at least with Runaway, okay, whatever. But Trouble with Edward is,
I'll say this about Trouble with Edward,
bottom of the garbage bag that is New Trek.
I think that H. John Benjamin was genuinely funny as Edward.
Oh yeah, I'll give that.
So at least, even though the Trouble with Edward from a canon perspective was horrifically bad, at least I could get some entertainment out of it. because I did think that H. John Benjamin was funny. I kind of look at Trouble with Edward as a Star Trek parody.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be.
Right. And in that respect, I think it's funny. I think the fact that, having a complete and utter loser in Starfleet is just kind of a hilarious idea, because Starfleet is always the best of the best. And having someone, but not as a serious canonical thing. I think it was funny as a joke.
And this is the thing.
That's the only way to look at the episode is a joke.
Right.
Exactly.
And so as long as you take that episode as just being a joke, I'm okay with it. But yeah, when you start saying that's canon, I'm like, oh, no.
And that's where it comes from. It's the mere fact of, you can look at it as a joke, but if you really if you start digging into the nuances and the depth of the episode, it becomes from the shell end of being a joke and being funny, but then you start digging into because that's how my mind works. I don't just see the episode, I'll watch it again and just see the nuances. If you keep digging down to the bottom of the barrel and go below the barrel, it gets more sinister as you watch it. And I watched it twice only because the first time around I took it as a this is kind of funny, but then I watched it again, just watching the fact of the one thing that really turned me off was hey there, Johnny Appleseed, and because we don't copyright that song. When that came up, I was just like, oh, I can't watch it anymore. The Johnny Appleseed song turned me off to that episode because I knew what was coming, and especially how Edward explained how he multiplied triples. I'm just like, oh no.
There were 3 episodes that deal with triples in Star Trek prior to that. 2 are pretty much the same episode, but then you have an Enterprise episode where Phlox basically contradicts every single fact that Edward said in that episode.
Right. And that's why, I think that Trouble with Edward is best just left in the parody category. It is not canon.
Yeah, basically.
Because it conflicts with everything else too much. It cannot exist in the same universe as Trouble with Tribble. It can't exist in Troubles and Tribbles, more Tribbles, Trials and Tribulations, and I can't remember the name of the Enterprise episode that had the Tribbles in it. But
it was just like a scene more than an episode.
Basically.
But I don't remember.
Says these things multiply like crazy.
Right, but you left out one, Commodore. I think you forgot about more.
The animation.
More Troubles, or more Tribbles, more Troubles.
Yeah,
which was the animated series.
I do love the fact in the Enterprise episode where Phlox is like, "Yeah, this is a Tribble," and he's holding in front of Sato, and all of a sudden he just drops it in the cage, and Sato's like, "Ugh!" Like, what the hell? It's like, yeah, they multiply, and especially they're born pregnant.
And by the way, one thing that's kind of interesting is that even though I know that at best the animated series is considered kind of soft canon, but the animated series, more Tribbles, more Troubles, actually does establish why the Tribbles reproduce like they do. And
because
so
their natural habitat.
In their natural habitat, there's a creature called a glom, which is designed as a Tribble eater. That's all it does is eat Tribbles.
They even
eats them as fast as Tribbles can reproduce.
And also, they do some saying about it in the original episode. It's like if you took the Tribble out of its natural environment,
right?
And this is what's happening. It can prosper.
Right. They speculated on that in the original Trouble with Tribbles.
Yeah, and then they brought it up more.
Right, but in the other one, Cyrano Jones actually, because they're trying to figure out how did Cyrano Jones manage to get all the Tribbles off of K7, and it's because he got a glommer out and it started eating all the Tribbles.
Yeah,
and so it's like, oh, okay.
Wasn't he the one that actually decided to genetically engineer a Tribble that can't become pregnant?
Yeah,
and
so
then he went to get the glommer as well.
Yes, because the glommer ran away because the Tribble had gotten to be like 10 feet tall. and the Glommer
It was
couldn't eat it.
10 feet round, 10 feet tall.
Yeah. And yeah, so Trouble with Edward completely craps over every other Tribble episode. But I think of it as more or less that's no more canon than Airplane 2's appearance by William Shatner is canon.
Exactly. But the one thing that I would say would fit in canon in that whole episode is that it could have easily overtook a starship and caused that's why the Klingons are so against them.
I could actually see, if somebody wanted to do something genuinely funny but tragic and horrifying at the same time, tell the story of that D7 after it left K7.
Yeah.
And how Captain Koloth is like the sole survivor. And the reason that he becomes the Dahar master is because he was so traumatized by the loss of his crew.
And he led the Great Tribble Hunt. He led the Great Tribble Hunt.
Yeah. And that could it could be hilarious and tragic at the same time.
Oh, he was the one that led the destruction of the home world.
Yep. And for good reason, to avenge his crew.
Yeah.
And that's also why he, grew to truly hate Captain Kirk.
Well, it's even established in the Trouble. What was the DS9 episode?
More Trials and Tribulations.
It was established with Worf, where the whole story was said about the Klingon Tribble War, as it were. But also, it did establish the whole fact of why certain Klingons didn't have the face, the skull plate in their head.
Yes, which was brought up in Enterprise.
Right.
Yeah,
well, all they said
explain in Enterprise.
Right. All they did in Trials and Tribulations is acknowledge it as an in-universe problem, which I thought was interesting for them to do. There was a couple of ways they could have addressed it, and I think that was a good one. The other would have been to basically just have nobody realize anything's odd about them. They could just pretend that they're Klingons. We just know.
Yeah.
But
by them saying these are Klingons,
right? It was actually interesting to make that canon.
Okay, boys, you had too much to drink. I'm cutting you off, and that was a perfect segue to end that conversation and go to the next scene.
Right. But because when I remember when I was a kid, and I saw Star Trek: The Motion Picture for the first time, I had an interesting reaction to seeing the Klingons. And keep in mind, it was 1979, so I was about 11 years old when I saw Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and I never got mad about it. I was never the slightest bit upset about the change in the Klingons. To me, even as a kid, my thought was, oh, so this is what they were supposed to look like.
Yeah.
And, because I got it that, on a TV show, they didn't have the makeup budget. And of course, back in the 60s, those kind of prosthetics would have been extremely difficult to do anyway. And so that's all it was to me. I never had a canon problem with the Klingons. I just always figured that, okay, in the Star Trek universe, that's what they've always looked like. It's just they didn't have the budget to do it on TV.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, even if you watch the Star Trek Phase 2 rather, or Star Trek Continues, when they go into the I think it was more
Star Trek Continues. K'Tumba.
Yes, exactly. Little hint there.
They mixed the two.
That's your little hint of the next episode, by the way. When the Klingon being on the Enterprise, and James Cawley's Kirk was like, "You're Klingon? Like you've never seen a Klingon before? Like we're not used to. We
Bridge
have
Klingons.
Yeah." And
we heard about you, but
exactly. I'm sorry. it kind of explained why the TOS era of Starfleet never really saw a ridged head Klingon. But at the same time, it makes you wonder, the TOS era versus the Enterprise era. Was there a forgotten memory within the Federation society that forgot that Klingons had ridges?
No,
Well, it
I
was
think
100
that
years.
no, I don't think so, because I think that you have because Kirk, when he met Commander Krug in Star Trek 3, wasn't like, you're a Klingon, right? There was nothing like that. I think what the memory problem is that since Klingons only had smooth heads for a brief period of time, by the 24th century, it had just kind of gotten forgotten. And but
Well,
not like there's no
for over 100 years.
Huh?
Didn't the Klingons have like 80 to 100 years of smooth head?
Yeah, but think about this. For how long do you have any idea how to drive a car that uses a handbrake?
For me,
No.
yes, I have to actually, but
No, I'm not talking about I'm talking about a car from early 1900s.
No.
Right?
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
See, because most people, you think of a handbrake and you're not even thinking of the same thing. And by the way, that kind of handbrake has been around on horse-drawn carts for decades and decades before that. But nowadays, people think of a handbrake, the only thing they think of is the emergency brake.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right. And so it's just something that it's not like the knowledge is like some great secret that nobody could ever figure out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been a long time since the handbrake was a thing. And so unless you happen to talk to someone who is extraordinarily old and has a very sharp memory, you're not going to find, or has a very old car, you're not going to have people that even understand what that is. And so I think that with the and same thing with cultural differences. It's funny because Mrs. Antichecker was actually watching a thing about the evolution of women's fashions, and you think about the bustle, right? And I don't know if you know what a bustle is, but it's basically like a little frame that goes under a dress to make a woman's butt look like it sticks out about a foot.
Oh, yeah.
And the bustle was actually the evolution of another device that I can't remember what it's called now, but it's what would later become like hoop skirts. It was actually a whalebone cage that pushed the layered dress away from the woman's body. And they talked about the reasons, there are actual reasons for these developments in women's fashion, and all this stuff. That's all forgotten at this point. Nobody knows that, women used to wear whalebone cages around their waists. And it's just that, but it's not like it's like top secret information. It's just kind of been lost.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would say the smooth-headed Klingons, same thing. It's just a cultural thing that, because you're talking about from the time of Star Trek 3, or we'll say from this time of Star Trek the Motion Picture even, to the time of Picard, no one has ever seen a smooth-headed Klingon. Sure. And so it wouldn't be common knowledge. And why would Bashir, when they were speculating about it, why would they know anything about it? Because it's Klingon history, and Worf at the time was the only Klingon serving in Starfleet.
And also, Worf said they don't talk about it to outsiders.
And they consider it an embarrassment. And so they're not going to talk about it. And if they're not going to talk about it, sure, if they had dug in the archives, they probably could have found the records of the Enterprise incident where they helped develop the cure for the augment virus. Yeah. But they didn't think of that because they probably had no idea the Starfleet was even involved.
Also, they could have, and also as well. Shit, I was going to say something I forgot. They didn't in Deep Space Nine. They didn't even know what the uniforms were.
Right. They were like, no. Back then, command wore gold,
Yeah,
And
Bashir didn't even know that.
And
Right.
more or less.
And
they
like
mixed up Kirk.
if you took a soldier from today and dropped him into the army from 100 years ago, and they say, "Oh, who are you?" "Oh, I'm Lieutenant Paxton." "What the hell's a lieutenant?" Sorry, it's lieutenant. What's your problem?
Right, there you go. Exactly.
What and so
But I think they would have put 2 and 2 together.
well, they
Lieutenant,
might have, but
lieutenant.
they'd be like, where did you learn how to say lieutenant?
Yeah, what the hell is a lieutenant?
Right. And why? And what is with those weird bars you have on your uniform? That's not what things change, but unless you're a historian or you're at least interested in history, like if you looked at a uniform from 100 years ago, would you be able to identify the rank of someone?
No.
So, would you know, like, if there, and because there are certain uniform garments in the military where color denotes certain things.
Right.
For example, in the Army, there's the black beret, the red beret, and the green beret, all of which have very different significant assignments to them. And
but
so
it's interesting that sorry for interrupting, but Cisco and Miles O'Brien both knew the color change, but Bashir, the super genius.
But Bashir obviously not into history.
Clearly.
Yeah. Whilst, and think about it, O'Brien and Cisco, just like Bashir is very focused on one thing, and that's science, right? Bashir only cares about science. And I think that's part of the reason he found Dax so attractive at the very beginning.
But he's an augment.
Right. Well, no, but it's not just that he's an augment. I'm saying that even I think the reason that he thought Dax was so attractive was A, she's physically attractive, but B, she's also very intelligent and into science, which is his thing. Right. He doesn't give a crap about the military. He doesn't give a crap about, he wants to be, think about how his attitude in the first episode. He was excited to be out doing frontier medicine. He wanted to be on the cusp of helping people that needed help. Right. He didn't care about, phasers and torpedoes and Starfleet ranks and stuff. He had no ambition to be a starship commander. But O'Brien and Cisco, they both love Starfleet. And so it makes sense that they would know more about how Starfleet worked.
Okay. But then they had them all confuse a simple lieutenant for Kirk.
Right. Because, again, identifying rank from 100 years ago.
No, but one of them.
Would you even know
why is he wearing
grades on the shirt are not like how long you've been in service as opposed to rank?
Well, also you have to think too that Dax was her last host was in that era. She even said that.
Yeah, she knew. She
alluded to basically the fact that she had sex with
McCoy.
With McCoy.
I knew he would have he had hands of a surgeon.
Yeah. She knew younger McCoy. And in fact, here's my headcanon on that. In the JJ universe, she's the reason the marriage broke up.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
That would make sense.
Oh, wow. So so he had an affair.
Yeah. Maybe they met at a conference. They had a thing. McCoy's wife got wind of it. She took everything in the divorce.
That kind of makes sense. Oh wow, Dax, you dirty simians.
Anyway, guys, I do need to run because Mrs. Antricker was just texting me saying dinner is finally ready, and which is good because I'm starving.
And I need to do the same. I'm actually doing kayaking tomorrow for the first time.
Oh, cool.
Well,
I know.
Getting late.
Prepare to be sore.
So I lost my pin here, but now I'm down the commander. I got.
You gotta find that extra pin. I gotta find like rank insignia for Commodore because I can't find like an original series uniform with a Commodore rank on it.
You just
two,
need gold
somewhere around
foil to
season
put in between the two braids.
Yeah.
somewhere around season 2, there was a Commodore.
There was a few Commodores.
Yeah, well, you think like Matt Decker was a good example, but
Matt
yeah,
Decker, there was
forgot about him.
Matt
the
Decker,
Commodore insignia was,
Wesley, Stone,
it was the
Mendez.
same. Yeah, the same braids as a Captain, but instead of the dashed braid in the middle, it's solid gold foil in between the outer braids.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think Admirals are the same.
Yeah.
Because Commodore is really just a 1-star Admiral in the modern.
Yeah. They
military.
but they'll never refer to. They always say it's just a 1-star Admiral, but / Commodore.
Right. But that's because in the 60s, a 1-star Admiral was a Commodore.
Yeah, but just in like that name.
Right.
Or you can go Enterprise and have like a jumpsuit and suit and tie.
That was good. I like that uniform.
That was actually really clever. I'm not gonna lie, that was really clever.
Well, that's what Class A uniforms look like in the military. So that actually made sense to me.
There you go.
I would say the Enterprise, honestly, for the aesthetics of the show, I think Enterprise is probably the most realistic to me. The ship felt cramped. The uniforms look like real operational uniforms. Jumpsuits while you're on duty on the ship, suit and tie when you're in garrison. That's straight up Navy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I had no problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah. I think I would consider those uniforms like one of my top 5 favorite ones. The Admiral uniform of Enterprise. Of course, the red maroon from the movies.
Oh yeah, I think those are the sharpest looking uniforms. I think.
Why do you think they were used for close to 100 years?
Right. I do think they're the sharpest looking uniforms in all of Trek. My only problem with them, honestly, even though I love the uniforms, they are my absolute favorite uniforms, the maroon, but they look like dress uniforms to me, not standard duty uniforms.
They look like the Royal Canadian Mounted Police dress uniforms.
Right. And that's the problem. Unfortunately, no Trek show has really gotten dress uniforms right.
No.
And so
TNG, horrible.
Yeah. The TNG, I mean, TNG came closer when they were at Riker and Troy's wedding, the whites.
Yeah, the whites.
I thought those
started in Insurrection. They actually started.
Okay. But I did like those to a point, but I still think that the problem is that they did this in TOS. They did this in everything except for the Class A's, which aren't really dress uniforms. Class A's are just garrison uniforms, as opposed to battlefield uniforms. But the dress uniforms in every Trek show have pretty much just been the regular uniform with something trying to make it look more formal.
Yeah,
like give it tails, or
make
like
it long.
They just make a long shirt for some reason. That makes it a dress uniform. Little extra fringe on the side, but but if you look at military Class A uniforms, they are iconic. The Marine Corps dress blues, are absolutely iconic. The Army has their dress uniforms too that are very snazzy, but unfortunately, just nothing that matches the blue leathernecks from the Marines.
Michael, what
I
was
think
your branch?
currently the best. Huh?
What was your branch?
I was in the Army.
Okay.
But I was always jealous of the Marine Corps blues. Those are beautiful. The Army had a really nice dress black uniform, but it really just looked like a tux. But it was a nice uniform. But the Class A's, like if you're Army, Class A's are basically a green button-down shirt with a dark green tie and a dark green jacket.
Right.
And so, but then dress uniforms are white or black generally in the Army. The Navy, the most common one is the dress whites. And the Marine Corps, of course, the most common is the dress blues. But there's usually a few variants. And those dress uniforms you do not get issued; you have to purchase, and they are considered formal wear. So you do not wear them on duty. You only wear them when you're at a formal event.
So like if a base commander who's a 1-star general invites you to dinner, you better have a dress uniform.
Oh, that's for sure.
You know, you don't want to show up for in your class A's, because they'll let you in the door, but they're not going to think very highly of you. Anyway, I do really need to run. Miss Trigger is texting me again.
Okay.
Like, where the heck are you? And so you guys have a good one. Happy birthday again, Commodore.
Thank you.
And anybody out there, have a great night.
Yep. Take care.
And to my Commodore, you're now demoted because I lost a pin. You're demoted commander now. Wait, hold on. There we go. I wanted to say to you, sir, happy birthday. I'm so glad that you were able to let me on. And literally, the 3 people I had interviews with were done. It's kind of surreal, but I do want to say happy birthday and many more to come. And I hope to do this again. And
okay, definitely.
My birthday's in July, so we're gonna see what we're gonna do from there.
Yeah, for sure.
Come and dress. Come. Just come anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, for sure. This is fun. I'm glad I was able to actually do this for you. Like I said, folks, I'm head to toe.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a big dude, but I can do the bend. Hey. Yeah. But yeah. This was fun, and happy birthday, sir.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna do my usual thing, Ian Slater. See you later, and have a good night, folks, wherever you are. And this is awesome.
Yep.
Hailing frequencies off.
Okay, so I just want to thank everyone for coming by for my little bit of birthday bash. Makes being under lockdown a bit better. So I just want to thank everyone that was in the chat. Berto Pray 5, Eastland, Viking Out of Time, Sven, and also the people that have popped up here. Chris Knight from the Real Review 3000, File Mike, Ian, the Anti-Tricker, Piper. Thank you all. Made it great. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to their channels. They do amazing work. They're great people. And I just want to say one last thing before I leave. And it's best suited for, said by Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World, about why we do what we do. Why do we crucify and say shit about like Star Trek Discovery and all that stuff? I'll just let him explain why we do some of the stuff we say.
Sometimes the things you complain most about are the things that you care most about. Unfortunately, we don't always know that until it's too late.
Take care, all. So, live long and prosper. Hailing frequencies closed.